1 2 1 2. There we go. Oh, what do you want? Do you want me to move? Good, so you sat there yesterday. Welcome to a sun-bathed Chester Street here on this fine Saturday morning in May for day 2 of Durham v Somerset. A quick rundown of what went down yesterday. Scott Borthwick called correctly at the toss and inserted Somerset to the middle, and Durham got their rewards, dismissing their visitors for 171. Ben Stokes picking up 4 wickets on his first home appearance for 2 seasons in Red Bull. Durham then got off to a wobbly start with the bat, 19 for 3. But David Bellingham and Ollie Robinson, who have carried, I think it's safe to say, the batting lineup so far this year, took Durham out of the main bit of trouble. Ollie Robinson, Ben Stokes and Graham Clark did all fall to Jake Ball in a very good spell of bowling from not only him, but Craig Overton from the Lumley end as well. And so much so that Callum Parkinson was sent out as night watchman with David Bellingham in the 90s. And David Bellingham went to his 4th consecutive century in first-class cricket, the first Durham batter to ever do so. He is still there, 100 unbeaten from 109. Callum Parkinson doing his job as night watcher, 8 from 26. I am Rob Rush, glad to have you with us here on the YouTube live stream. I'm very proud and pleased to announce. Yeah, proud and pleased to announce I've got Sam Dalling alongside me to kick off today. Morning, Sam.
Yeah, morning, Rob. As you said, beautiful morning. I loved your use of what did Scott Borthwick do? He won the toss and inserted Somerset into the middle. I like that. He just kind of buried them in that square. I don't think Vic would have been too happy if.
No, Vic would have had some stern words, and if the camera wants to pick it up at some point, the ground staff have brought out the deck chairs again, and
you'll be in trouble if you try and intimate that that's what they do most of the time.
Oh yeah, need to watch myself. But it is a lovely day up here in the northeast. I woke up and got ready to come in and saw the sun. I was like, I need to go back and get my sunglasses. So an absolutely lovely day. Hopefully it's another lovely day of cricket as David Bellingham and Callum Parkinson make their way out to the middle. As we mentioned, Bellingham unbeaten on 100 from 109, and Callum Parkinson 8 from 26. And Sam, I think it's safe to say when Callum Parkinson came out to the middle, there would have been some nerves in around the Durham dressing room that potentially they were in danger of throwing such a good start away.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset would have been quite happy actually with the way they bowled. They just didn't have anyone that went on to do what Dave Bedingham did. He's been the difference. And if Durham do go on to win this game and they're in a good position, it will be Dave Beddingham's innings. I think we can look back at, because he's batted on a different pitch. So what were they? 161 for 6 when Parkinson went out. I think they'd have been more worried at 19 for 3 when Scott Borthwick got out. You're thinking, okay, is this game going to be a 2-dayer? But as the sun comes out, the outfield's quickened. It was really slow actually yesterday morning. Somerset weren't necessarily getting full value for their shots. I think the pitch is just going to dry out, flatten out a little bit. It looks a bit better for batting, but Dave Bedingham, the man in the picture, it's difficult to come up with words to describe him, which is tough as a commentator, given that is our entire job.
So we went for drinks yesterday after the game, and Sam, head of media, basically just went, "I'm running out of words to describe this kid." And I think ultimately the greatest compliment we can say to Bedingham so far is that words can't really do him justice. Like, he currently stands at the top of the Division 1 leading run scorers with, I think it's now 794, averaging just under 100. And if he gets 6 more runs, he reaches 800 county championship runs, and we've not even finished the first block of Red Bull games. It is just quite simply, he is just batting on another planet right now.
Well, I just had a very brief word with Scott Borthwick, someone I'd actually not met before. I've done podcasts with him. He did a podcast, right? He did the first ever episode of my County Cricket podcast a couple of years ago.
Shameless plug.
Well, more Scott Borthwick. He came on, and at the end of the show, he went, "Right, I better go now, guys. It's my birthday, and I better go back to my parents." And we were like, "Why on earth are you on our podcast?" And that's just a sign of the man. Anyway, I introduced myself to him. I said, Dave Bedingham batted quite well. He said, "I think he might be the best I've seen, mate." So Scott Borthwick rates him very highly. It's going to be Craig Overton, the leader of Somerset's attack, from the Lumley end into Dave Bedingham. Overton figures of 252 yesterday. He was the standout. He ran out poor Alex Lees, who'll have just been sat in the corner wondering what he has to do. He was backing up. It was a straight drive from Borthwick. Overton just got a hand, and Lees was properly backing up as well. There wasn't even a debate about it. The finger was straight up. So Overton was involved in that dismissal. Benning was in the rounds early. Tickles one out to Sher Bashir at deep square leg, not playing actually Sher Bashir, so he's on the field as a substitute for somebody. I'll try and work out exactly who that is. He was out there bowling. I got here early. Sher Bashir did a good hour's bowling out there, at least an hour's bowling. Him and Ben Stokes.
I did see the Somerset team bus rocked up just before, I want to say about 10 to 10. Something like that, and Sherber here was out here on one of the practice squares over to the right-hand side of the pitch.
Right up to the start of play. 3 slips for Parkinson. Just hits the length and rises slightly. So who are the slips? I think it's Lewis Gregory at first, Tom Lammonby at second, Andy Umeed at third. So James Rue is keeping wicket. I'm trying to do process of elimination. Tom Abel is in the covers. Jack Leach is at mid-on. Sherman Bashir is at mid-wicket. Is that Josh Davey?
No, it's Jake Ball. So Jake Ball's going through some stretches. So I'm guessing these two will carry on from where they left off.
They bowled beautifully yesterday. Jake Ball and Josh Davies at backward point, I believe. As that one is into the pads, and Bashir is swooping. So by process of elimination, that means perhaps Tom Banton isn't out there. Which, yeah.
Yeah, I did see. Like you introduced yourself to Scott Borthwick, having never met him. I just had a quick hello with Tom Banton, and he just coming back from a net session. So I don't know whether he's just taking a little bit longer to get ready or what. I think that's Matt Renshaw down there at mid off. Can't really mistake Matt Renshaw's figure.
Solid from Parkinson. Hopefully Tom Banton's okay. Josh Davey had to sit out a little bit last week. He had a stomach bug, came back off his sick bed, picked up a couple of wickets, so maybe there's something going around. I don't know. Jake Ball, let's talk about him, because travels with the squad. It's a long way up. 13-man squad, Somerset named. So Ball and Bashir
do we know if they travelled up on the Wednesday and the Thursday, or just came all in one day?
I believe they came on Wednesday. Driven, up-ish.
Oh, lovely
but
shot.
Through the covers, they'll pick up a couple of runs, I think. Tom Abel would do the chasing. So Jake Ball gets told, okay, Jake, sorry, you're not in the side. Miguel Pator is just going to play. Fine. So he spends a little bit of extra time out there working on his fielding. You do a little bit more if you
the S&C guys have given him will have given him the look of mate, you know what's coming. You're on 12-man duty. You know what's happening in the lunch and tea breaks. Like, you are out there. You are going to be running.
Exactly. End of the over, 180 for 6. But then Miguel Pretorius gets clonked in the helmet by Ben Raine, of all people, the notorious Ben Raine, who takes batters out of games for fun.
The two words you mostly commonly associate with Ben Raine, you think Ben Raine, you think bouncers.
So
if you can't pick it up, it's sarcasm.
He kept on batting, and then Jake Ball gets the nod, comes out after tea, picks up 3 wickets, including Ben Stokes. Not a bad session.
It's not a bad one to have in your back pocket, and as we guessed, it would be Jake Ball to carry on proceedings from the Finkel end right down in front of us. In our new box, we've got very lucky with the pitch Vickers prepared. We are right behind the bowler's arm, so we've got a perfect vantage point here of bowling from the Finkel end. In the glorious sunshine, Craig Overton, as he did yesterday, will now take his spot as second slip for Jake Ball's first delivery of the morning, and it's met with Beddingham's bat. Yeah, being in this position that we are in, we're very lucky that we are able to get up close and personal. Not too personal, we're able to be around the action with the players and the staff, and took the opportunity to listen on to Ryan Campbell's team talk this morning, which we kind of joked about just before on air. When does it become just a private chat with David Beddingham for all the runs that he's scoring? But the overall message from Durham's point of view, they have to win the first hour. Well, what does that look like? Well, if you know what Ryan Campbell's about, which we talk about enough, you know that it's being aggressive, it's being dominant, it's putting the pressure back onto Somerset. So, taking a rough guesstimate, I would guess that I would like to think that Durham will want a lead of at least 60 by the time we get to 12 o'clock. And ideally, they just want to be batting at lunch. They want to have Somerset out in this field for a while. And this is the thing with it being a relatively low-scoring affair so far. Runs are vital. And while David Bedingham is out there, unfortunately, I've just cursed him. David Bedingham, wafting at one outside his off stump, departs for 101. So that wait for 800 runs on the season is going to have to wait. Jake Ball continues his magnificent bowling from last night. He now has, I think that's his 4th of the innings.
Yeah, you couldn't have sounded any more unhappy about that wicket there, Rob. An absolutely beautiful bit of bowling by Jake Ball. You can see how much it means to him. You can see how much it means to Somerset. Shoaib Bashir, he's like a high jumper there, or a long jumper. He leapt from mid-wicket over the pitch. A huge round of applause for Dave Beddingham. What a fine innings. But Somerset's huddle will have been the exact opposite to Ryan Campbell's. It would have been, we need to get Dave Beddingham early. If we get Dave Beddingham early, we're still in with a chance of winning this game. Well, they've got him. It's that man, Jake Ball, who said last night that it was the best he felt he'd bowled in a Somerset shirt. He's carried that on. He slept on it and carried on this morning.
Paul Coughlin now strides out to join Callum Parkinson. Coughlin enjoying a bit more of an extended run in the side this season. He's been fortunately pretty lucky on the injury front so far, which has not been the story for the majority of his career. But he now strides out to the middle, and this is the thing about Durham. They do have, their lower middle order can be quite resistant. They do have guys who can bat for a while, and Coughlin is going to need to do that here. David Bedingham, unfortunately, only able to add one more run to his overnight score, and Somerset have the early wicket that they desired, and now they need 2 more to pick up max bowling points and 3 more to wrap up the innings. I'm now just thinking of how many occasions do we reckon where both sides have picked up maximum bowling bonus points, but there's been no batting bonus points.
I don't know if that's off the top of my head.
But this is what you're here for, Sam.
Maybe, Surrey versus Worcestershire last week.
Ooh, there we go. That's probably the most recent example.
I'm good, aren't I?
Depending what goes down at the Utility Bowl this morning, maybe Hampshire, Surrey this week. But back up here at Seaton Riverside, Jake Ball. Hopefully, we'll have some guests coming on throughout the day. I believe Marcus North has said he'll grace the live stream with his presence. It'll be great to have a chat to Durham's director of cricket. Obviously, T20 Blast gets underway next week. Ben Dwarsius is in town. He's in and around Ashton Turner as well, and obviously, still Durham riding high from their Div 1 successful bid for a professional women's side that will come into effect from next year. Good carry on that one through to Rue behind the stumps. As Vic, if you joined us on the live stream yesterday, Vic mentioned there is, 9 mil of grass on this wicket that he's left on to prepare.
I thought he said 6.
It's one of the two. I think
Yeah.
in the past he said that.
Doesn't sound like a lot of difference, but it probably is, isn't it?
Yeah, like this is the thing. Like 3 millimeters
It's like
3 millimeters is absolutely tiny, but in terms of grass on the wicket, it's probably quite a fair bit. But we have seen a lot more carry out of this pitch compared to the Essex game that was played here earlier. Big swing from Coughlin. Wicket maiden for Jake Ball to kick off the day. Durham 180 for 7. The lead is 9. And just before you jump back in, Sam, just a couple of things to tell you about. Members Forum night is on next Wednesday evening, 6 till 7. Our very own Ash Thorpe will be having a chat with Ryan Campbell, maybe some of the T20 squad as they get ready to kick off into action. And then earlier on that Wednesday, we've got the members' coffee morning, 11 a.m. till 1 p.m. So if you are a member, get yourself down, come and have a coffee and a biscuit and have a chat, all things Durham.
Are the boys, Peter Siddle, the barista for that one? Scott Borthwick loves his coffee. Are they doing the coffees? Probably not.
Very good question. Do you know what? I remember we obviously had Sids on for the Essex one, and he's a coffee connoisseur.
I asked him this morning. He gave me a recommendation. I said, look, I haven't found a decent coffee shop. Where do you recommend? So he's given me a couple.
Yeah.
Craig Overton, ball in hand again. Somerset, perfect start for them. 180 for 7. Jake Ball, 4 for 41.
Yeah, I think coffee connoisseur is Peter Siddle, and Scott Borthwick also loves his coffee.
Come through for a single. Just gets a bit of inside edge from Parkinson. Craig Overton won't mind that too much.
Yeah, Somerset want to see the back of arguably Parkinson as much as Coughlin here. Just if night watchers stick around, it just becomes a thorn in the side. And as you mentioned, Somerset need to try and keep this game as close as possible. The lead now only just into double digits. If they can get Durham all out here, then it's effectively still even Stevens as we head into the second innings.
Decent crowd in this morning. Plenty of Somerset supporters, plenty of visiting fans, lots of Durham members. They're over there, largely in the Paul Collingwood, in front of the Paul Collingwood pavilion.
Good turnout as well in front of Bannatyne's Health Club, and the stand. I think it's been known as the trapdoor stand is now open for the first time this year ahead of the blast.
Pushed out. Josh Davey does the fielding with his short sleeve jumper on. I wonder if he'll end up taking that off. It's warm out there. Not many jumpers out there. Jack Leach, Matt Renshaw. You can forgive Matt Renshaw being an Aussie. He's always in long sleeves and a jumper. If it's a cold day, he tends to be in about 3 jumpers. Matt Renshaw. Jake Ball just receiving a drink down at fine leg. 181 for 7. Morning to all of you on the live stream. Some of familiar names. Oh, that's a beauty from Craig Overton. Paul Coughlin just pushing at that one. Beaten on the outside. Yeah, some new names in that live stream chat as well. Please do keep chatting. We will keep an eye on that. They can get in touch as well.
Can indeed. I think it's live streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, I want to say, is the email to get in touch with us, and we'll try our best to read them out. And obviously, with it being the weekend, the North East Premier League is back, so we'll be keeping an eye out on what goes on. So first and foremost, go well to anyone who's out there playing today. There'll be some Durham players who are out in action for their clubs today, and we'll keep you up to date as the day progresses with what goes on in the world of the North East Premier League. Players like Mitch Killeen, maybe Ollie Gibson as well, are out in action. Ben McKinney, I think, will be as well, although I did see him walk off for a net session with Scott Borthwick and Ben Stokes. And for England under-19's captains, and it's not exactly a bad two to be in the nets with.
Is Ash playing today, or is he just coaching?
I believe he is just coaching today. I think he was debating whether or not he wanted to carry on playing. So I think, I think he's just coaching today. And Good stop out there. Yeah, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk is the email address if you want to get in touch.
That'd be fun. Let's get it interactive. It's always nice to have people involved. Plenty of ways to do that. YouTube, email.
The platform formerly known as Twitter. Now X, at RobRusho2, at Sam J. Dalling if you want to get in touch. There and get our thoughts. That's a lovely looking shot by Parkinson. I wonder how frustrating that is for batters when you play like a lovely cover drive or an on drive or an off drive, but it is literally straight to the fielder. It's like that's one of the best shots. Like especially with someone especially lower down the order, some of these guys, that could be one of the best shots they've played, and it shows up as a dot in the scorebook.
Shoaib Bashir gone in at catching mid wicket, quite straight.
Yeah, the Daffabet stand away to our far right-hand side. Sam, head of media, has quietly corrected me.
There's a clue.
Yes, I should have picked up on that.
Well, I reckon the words Daffabet are plastered over it, 40 times, top and bottom?
Sorry, let me get my glasses out. Yeah, there we go.
Can't get the staff.
You can't indeed.
A lot resting on these two really here now for Durham. Parkinson batted quite nicely last night, played a couple of nice shots.
He did his job as a night watcher perfectly. Took the strike off the last ball of the over, took the quick singles, protected Beddingham on his way to the century, and no doubt he wants those runs now for himself. Very sprightly character is Cal. I was up on the balcony upstairs this morning filming a little bit of video, taking a little bit of inspiration from yourself, and in the middle between takes, Callum Parkinson made himself known.
Were you on the top of the media centre?
I was indeed. Honestly, it's an amazing view.
Oh, it is. I'll be back up there as soon as I'm off comms. We should take, on days like this, I reckon, we should take the live stream up to the top deck. Be beautiful up there. Al fresco live streaming. I like that. Surely that's doable.
Well dug out there as Durham's Red Bull captain makes his way down below us on the way back from his net. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Steve and Ross would have to say about us taking the entire live stream operation up onto the balcony.
Steve doesn't like the fact the northeast is. Steve said it might be sunny, but it's still a little bit cold, a bit of wind exposure up there. I don't know about that, Steve. We'll find out. We'll find out later in the summer.
It is for him. 181 for 7.
As Rob said, we'll go around the various North East Premier League grounds. We'll go around the other county championship games too. Free slip to 8. Nice shot from Paul Coughlin. Just opens the face. And Mead chases, but actually gets overtaken by the rapid Tom Lammonby. Turns and throws, picks up a couple. Jake Ball and Scott Borthwick have a chat. Well, will have been in and around England squads together, England Lions squads, those two. The county circuit is quite close, a close-knit community. Scott Borthwick just asking Jake Ball which way it's swinging. I think Jake probably keep the answer to himself. He doesn't want Scott to go up and tell Peter Siddle.
It's not swinging at all, mate. Don't know what you're on about.
Tom Abel sweeping from cover. Somerset fans will be delighted to see him back in a Somerset shirt. Gave up the captaincy over the winter. They talked about a slight change in direction in red ball cricket. He'd done it for 7 years. It was time just for a slightly different face. And also didn't have his most productive season with the bat last year, so there's a sense of him trying to find his own form. 2 slips. Andy Mead's just gone wider to gully. Edged and taken. Tom Lammonby takes the catch at second slip. Craig Overton has his 3rd wicket. This morning has started perfectly for Somerset. First they've dismissed Dave Beddingham. Now they've got Paul Collingwood. Caught at second slip by Tom Lammonby for 2.
Paul Collingwood?
I thought I said Paul Coughlin, didn't I?
You said Collingwood.
Did I?
Well, I don't think Durham fans would be too disappointed if Paul Collingwood decided to come back and done the right. So it is Paul Coughlin, but bit of a loose shot. I think it's a bit of a loose shot, not one that Coughlin will look back on with great admiration for. It's probably going to get pulled up in various meetings as what not to do. But this is perfect, as you say, Sam. This is perfect for Somerset. They wanted to win the first hour, and they are definitely winning it so far.
Do they though? In terms of the kind of meetings, I mean, Ryan Campbell, they're very much a kind of positive attacking philosophy. Can you go after players for playing shots like that if you have that sort of philosophy? I know it was a little bit loose.
I think it will be just how can they apply it better.
Yeah.
It'll be more about the application rather than the actual process. And if you know Ryan Campbell, he's all about you need to go to you need the right processes, and eventually the results will start to come for themselves. But this is not what he had in mind when he called the guys together at just around 10 o'clock and said they need to win the first hour. This is not what he would want. 183 for 8 as the ever reliable with the ball. Ben Raine comes out to the middle. He's got some batting to do first. Has got 250s on the year. Picked up one down at Hampshire.
It's just a team of all-rounders, Durham, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Ben Raine picked up 50-odd down at Hampshire and got 93 in that absolute run fest at Warwickshire with the Kookaburra ball before. Unfortunately, he was dismissed in the nervous 90s.
Oh, win the toss and bowl first pitch, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the one that Stuart Broad found good. And if you know Scott Borthwick he rarely uses Twitter, and Stuart Broad being involved got Borthwick onto Twitter, and a bit of a light-hearted exchange was had between the two. But I think it shows how good the county championship is if Stuart Broad is still looking around and paying attention as Craig Overton's in.
Driven up-ish, outside edge, probably going to get 4 for Ben Raine. Craig Overton stands there, hands on hips. He waits for Ben Raine to come back past him. He initially glanced left and then realised it was Callum Parkinson. And he thought, well, I'm not going to direct my ire at Callum Parkinson. He had nothing to do with that whatsoever, but I will have a little word with Ben Raine. Ticking Craig Overton, which tends to be when he operates at his best. But Raine is off the mark, and every run is going to be valuable now. Every run is going to be, I won't say crucial, maybe that's a bit of hyperbole, but valuable certainly around the wicket. Driven. That's a lovely shot from Ben Raine. That first one was a little bit edgy. The second one, he's just leant into it, punched it all the way along the ground, back-to-back boundaries. And Craig Overton, well, I can't say much about that. Good shot.
That is technically as sound a cover drive as you're likely to see. I wonder if Ben Raine will be having a word in Scott Borthwick's ear saying, I reckon I can play a nicer cover drive than you.
Yeah, it was just over pitched by Everton. He's looking for that outside edge and just got it slightly wrong. That's better. Raine is defending. Show Bashir swoops. I don't know if, you were saying, Hampshire might not got a batting point. They're 118 for 1, so they're going along nicely. Only 9 in arrears down there. Under the over, 191 for 8. They're playing down at New Road. Hooray. I'm so pleased. The first game at New Road, they'd had to wait so long.
That club has just gone through so much, and there was a very nice minute's round of applause for the late Josh Baker, who tragically lost his life a few weeks ago. Well, still, all the thoughts of the cricketing family are with everyone down at Worcestershire and Josh's friends, family, and close ones as Jake Ball reignites his feud with Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, I tend to run charity auctions. I've just finished one in honour of Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kuma, who passed away and were killed last year in Nottingham. I think the next one is going to be in memory of Josh Baker. I need to have a word with Ben Stokes tonight. He sent him that lovely message after he hit him for those sixes. It was so touching. That shows how highly, says a lot about Ben Stokes, but also about Baker.
Lovely. Simply lovely from Callum Parkinson. Overpitched from Jake Ball, and Parkinson gave it the treatment it deserved. They're not going too well with the bat, though, Worcestershire, unfortunately. 3 for 2 down at New Road. And they were put in by Haseeb Hameed and Notts. And they've got rid of Jake Libby, who everyone who keeps up to date with County Championship knows that Jake Libby, if you allow him to get in, he will score runs. He's gone for just 2 this morning, though. Still not quite finding the right length here. Ball to Parkinson. That's another full one that is straight out to the covers.
I'm just going a bit quiet. I'm just verifying a stat that I've come across myself. I just want to make sure it doesn't sound silly.
Is it
Jake Ball related? Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Go on. What do you think it might be?
I thought it was potentially Jake Libby related. But
No, Jake Libby scored more runs than anyone in the Championship since he joined Worcestershire. Lovely man too, a man and a Cornwall. No, Jake Ball related actually. Can you guess, Rob Rush, when Jake Ball last took a first-class fifer?
it's a very good question. He has been around the block. He's been around for a while, but he's not necessarily had the best of luck. I'll let him bowl this.
That's good of you, that.
Delivery. Doesn't pick it up there. I'm going to take a stab at 2015.
No, it's more recent than, and that's nearly 10 years. He's got 221 first-class wickets, Jake Ball. Played 4 tests for England. 2015. Ben at the back of the box, who you'll be hearing relatively shortly. Any guesses on when Jake Ball last took a first-class fifer? If you don't get it right, you're not allowed on comms. This is the test.
You won't get it there. Well left, 195 for 8.
Oh, he's allowed on. 2018 from Ben at the back of the box. Yeah, it's a long time. Jake Ball last took a first-class fifer, and I've been in to Cricket Archive because I knew the date the game started. I thought, well, that's not necessarily the day he took a fifer, and it wasn't. He took a fifer on the last day. It's 2,217 days since Jake Ball's last first-class fifer.
Do you know what would really take the biscuit for him if Craig Overton takes 2 in 2?
I think he'd be quite happy with that. Overton around the wicket to the left-handed Raine. Well, that one just kept a little bit low. Raine was maybe on the back foot when he should have been playing forward, but he jabbed that bat down.
We have our first email of the morning.
Oh, hello. Is it a nice one, though?
It is very nice. It's from
Okay.
It's from the Somerset point of view, which is always nice to get both sides
Yeah, it is. We like to be neutral up here.
across. Of course we do. Of course we do. From Rodney Ward. He says, morning from a very sunny Penzance. Good morning to you, Rodney. Really enjoying the live stream. Well done. Thank you. We're trying our best. Hoping that Somerset can wrap up Durham's first innings quickly. Well, that's a big tick. They've already got David Bedingham back in the shed.
Uppish drive again from Ben Raine, but it's pierced the covers. It's going to be 3 boundaries off Craig Overton, who will be absolutely ticking. I went early with the boundary call, didn't I? There, we both went.
we both zoomed
Is it
in.
going to be? No, I thought 10 yards out. Yeah, that's going to be okay. Yeah, Ben Raine has gone out there with a bit of a licence to play. They'll move on to 199 for 8. I think that's probably right now. Now you're down to Raine, Parkinson, and Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
Just try and get as many runs as quickly as you can. If you just try and stick around there, you're going to probably lose your wickets eventually.
You might as well put runs on the board.
Exactly.
But yeah, finishing off from Rodney, he says, I reckon we need to set Durham at least 275. As the wicket looks, it will get better to bat on. Hoping Abel can get some runs. Can we have a third man because we need to keep the runs down? Well, Rodney, unfortunately we don't, Lewis Gregory is stood kind of at first slip and he's right in front of us, but I think if we tried to go on the field, we might get escorted out and not allowed to return, which...
And in fairness, 2 of Ben Raine's 3 boundaries have come through the covers. They've been lovely shots. I think it's difficult, isn't it? As long as you don't see a deep point. I don't like a deep point. Just giving batters a run.
Craig Overton seems to be forgotten about by England. Somerset won't mind, though. This could be our year. Here's hoping. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much, Rodney. That's a very lovely way to start the live stream. Yeah, we kind of discussed this yesterday with Craig Overton and the England opportunities. I think his last real England recognition was back in that Pakistan ODI series that was massively affected by COVID, by the fact that England had just played T20s, and I think 3 or 4 of that T20 squad went down with COVID, so there was frantic calls around, one of which was up to the northeast and to Ben Stokes saying, look, we kind of need you to captain a very young and inexperienced ODI side that we're putting together. and we need you to captain it. And obviously Ben Stokes is never going to say no to his country, so he takes the call and he duly goes down. But I think it was slap bang in the middle of the county championship. So people like Dan Lawrence, Saqib Mahmood, I'm trying to think who else would have been in that. Zach Crawley, Phil Salt, Craig Overton as well. Like all of these players were basically told on like midway through a morning session, lads, subfielders, substitutions, and get yourself down to Cardiff. You've been called up for England. So I think that's Craig's last involvement with England. Lewis Gregory, of course, was also involved in that squad. As we mentioned, Lewis Gregory, he's going to take a quick
I think
rest. But
is that so? That looks to me right.
That's not Tom Banton coming back.
No, it's not. I think that is, in fact, I'm sure that is Shane Berger, Somerset's batting coach, because they brought 13 up. Miguel Pretorius has been concussed, so he's knocked out.
So that's down to 12. They
already Tom Banton isn't very well, potentially.
So they had Shoaib Bashir on to start.
So I think that Shane Berger, who did play plenty of first-class cricket, he's wearing one of Tom Banton's shirts, but I'm pretty sure, or is it Shoaib Bashir's shirt? Anyway, it's Banton's shirt, but he is there.
Jake Ball now seeming to get that line right. But yeah, just finishing off on Craig Overton, I think he's kind of just been, unfortunately for his own personal point of view, he's not really been allowed those opportunities. But England's seam bowling has been ridiculously strong with Anderson and Broad, who are no longer going to be around. But then you think of Ben Stokes in the all-rounder slot. You think of people like Josh Tongue, Matthew Potts, guys who kind of jumped Overton in the pecking order over the last few years, as that's a very good tumbling stop. So yeah, I think, and also Craig has seen his brother Jamie play Test cricket for England before he's had another crack. Yeah, I just don't think he's maybe he's just not quite what England are looking for, which obviously is disappointing for Craig personally. But from Somerset's point of view, they'll be very happy that he's kicking around and staying around Taunton Way and able to pull on the Somerset shirt more regularly. And that is an outstanding grab from James Rue. And Jake Ball has his fifer. Full straight. Callum Parkinson can only edge it. And James Rue, that is an amazing tumbling one-handed grab away to his right-hand side. And that does bring up Jake Ball's 5-wicket haul. 16 and a half overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 45. Somerset rack up full bowling bonus points, as both sides have done, I should say. I think we might be in one of the situations where the bowling bonus points are the only ones that are taken from this game in the bonus situation. Unless Peter Siddle and Ben Raine can put together some miraculous last wicket stand. 199 for 9. The lead is 28. Somerset are definitely won this first half an hour. And we Peter Siddle out at number 11, and I think the news has reached Ben Stokes. So he now jogs across the pitch in front of us, ready to go put his whites on, and gets ready to maybe open the bowling when Durham are asked to do so. Yeah,
brilliant bit of bowling, brilliant catch. James Rue's keeping goes under the radar a little bit. He's very, very tidy. He takes very springy, very good squash player.
I wouldn't say that's a fair comment.
Well, he goes under the radar.
I wouldn't say that's fair at all. I think we've had this conversation. It's not a personal dig. I just think
I didn't take it as well.
I just think that James Rue now, like, so much. He obviously burst onto the scene last year for Somerset. Later on in the year, kind of took Div 1 by storm. But I think he's just been parachuted into these conversations. That something that we did talk about yesterday. Ollie Robinson also parachuted into these conversations. Of is he England's next wicket keeper?
Yes, but I think the level of his keeping does go under the radar. It's his runs.
Relative to his batting?
Yes.
Now I agree. Sorry, I jumped.
That's all right. Don't worry. But he is very springy. I mean, he's an exceptional sportsman. He could have played about 8 different sports professionally. He may still do so. Very good squash player. Very springy off those thighs, and that is a brilliant catch. And Jake Ball's long wait is over.
What's that? 6 years? 2000. What was the number of days?
2008.
Peter Siddle is the last man for Durham. I have to say, he has got a very lovely looking bat. I do like the look of Peter Siddle's bat.
You're eyeing that one up, are you?
It's just lovely. Ben McKinney and Jimmy Hilditch are down just beneath us to our right-hand side. Ben, Durham's second captain, England under-19s captain, having a bit of a hit out. I imagine he'll be soon jumping in his car and heading off to go play some North East Premier League cricket this afternoon. Had another email.
Oh, flying in.
This one's a bit more of a polite request.
Oh, go on.
I want to record the FA Cup final and watch it after today's play up here is ended. Please, can you not provide details of that match?
Yeah, of course.
No worries, Peter Blackwood. We've got you covered.
As long as you promise to spread the good word of the Durham live stream. Shoaib Bashir's gone in at short cover.
Absolutely. So please get as many people watching the live stream here. Peter Siddle's first runs are going to come in the form of a boundary. And that takes Durham over the 200 mark. 203 for 9. Lead up above 30. Definitely, I think, all 19 wickets so far have fallen to seam. Callum Parkinson didn't pick any up for Durham in their first innings. I don't think Jack Leach has picked up any.
No, not at all.
It has been these two and obviously the run out.
But, I mean, I don't think we've seen Jack Leach much at all, have we?
We saw him a bit yesterday.
Yeah, but not much. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's have a look. 4 overs, and Cal Parkinson bowled 3. So 7 overs a spin. Somerset looking to finish this off, as Rob Rush was saying. They're very much winning this first hour, this first 35 minutes. In fact, Overton around the wicket. Cut off the back foot by Raine. Tom Abel swoops. He'll be getting his mind ready to go out and open the batting. Batted at 3 last year. He has opened in previous years for Somerset. It's the position they're struggling to fill at the moment, that opening spot. It's not an easy place to be. Sean Dixon, formerly of Durham, who actually I think Sean Durham scored hundreds in his last couple, if not 3 innings for Durham when he was up here. Cut away nicely. Just a single though. Jake Ball is at deep backward point.
You said you didn't like deep backward. Are you allowing deep backward point because it's not deep point technically?
Yeah. I see the sense of it because they want to bowl at Siddle, but I still think they should be looking to get Ben Raine out. It's just a little bit negative, but they've taken 3 wickets this morning, so it's difficult to criticise Lewis Gregory's captaincy too much. But as a general rule, Tom Abel comes in at gully. That's not the general rule. The general rule is I don't like deep point. Amid first slit, Lammonby second, Abel third, Siddle on strike. Oh, that's an absolute peach from Craig Everton. There'll be a little bit of some friendly verbals flying around. Peter Siddle, formerly of Somerset, they loved him when he was down there, so it will be friendly, but they'll be getting in his ear, giving him a little bit of gentle stick. Craig Everton would love to get him out. Siddle, the veteran, potentially retiring this year. Did he announce that on a podcast in the week, or have I made that up?
Peter Siddle?
Pushed at that one. Shoaib Bashir got down early. He was down. I think he sort of slipped, Shoaib Bashir. He's got a big smile on his face, and he kind of threw himself forward.
I think, if I remember correctly, obviously we know Sid is a great talker, and he went on the Lancashire live stream during the Blackpool, and I think he might have mentioned that he's not looking to play that much longer, but he's giving 100% to Durham while he's here.
But he turns 40 in November, but why not keep going, Sid?
One thing that stood out to me when we talked is like it's very rare in obviously this new world of cricket with all these franchise competitions, and white ball cricket seem to being superior. Well, not superior, but superior in terms of more and more players want to focus more and more on white ball cricket. Peter Siddle is one of those ones, probably due to his age and how much cricket he's played, but his genuine love for red ball cricket. I think we asked him, why hasn't he been tempted to go and play this shorter format of cricket and go make a lot of a fair bit of money while doing so?
Peter Siddle gives himself some room. It's an ugly shot. He just chipped it over Matt Renshaw at mid-off. Craig Everton will be absolutely ticking about that one. has a word with him. End of the over, 205 for 9.
Yeah, Siddle just has this. He just has this love for red ball cricket. He's now just started doing a bit of coaching, with his Shield side Victoria when he's back in Australia. He took charge of their second 11 last summer. So he is kind of looking towards that next stage of his career, because not many players keep playing into their 40s. And yeah, I think it would have been words to that effect on the live stream last week that he's not really looking to. I don't think it was an official announcement of I'm retiring, but I think it's I'm obviously not looking to play.
If the phone call comes, well, he wasn't this year particularly, was he?
He was on. I think he was on holiday in
Doha, was he?
I believe it was Doha when his good friend Marcus North called him up and said, "Sids, we need you, mate." Obviously in a better Australian accent. Jake Paul looking for 6. Almost gets it, but Siddle doesn't connect.
Matthew Lamb has a double 100 for Derbyshire. It is Matt Lamb, right? Yeah, it is. I doubted myself. 202, not out. He's another one from that well. In fact, he was at Warwickshire, wasn't he, Matt Lamb? Derbyshire pick up a lot of players from Lancashire.
I think you might be right.
Double 100. First class best for him.
Straighter and allows Siddle to pick up another one off his hips.
Sussex 307 for 4 against Middlesex. Chester Schwa Pajada 91 not out. John Simpson on his return to Lords. He's unbeaten on 83, so that partnership's 147 now. Middlesex seamers having to work hard. Glamorgan all out 387, so they're on a quick change around break. Marcus Harris, the star of the new version of the test.
I haven't been able to see it yet. I've seen a clip. I've seen the clip of Marcus Harris. You come across a bit of a jokester?
Yeah, it was unusual for him to be the star of it because
he didn't.
Well, it was more that he doesn't do much. He doesn't do any media stuff really, so he likes to keep quiet. But yeah, it was a lovely throwaway line that he had.
Thumped into the pads, but way down the leg side and go down as a leg by. Of course, every little helps Durham here. $207 for 9, lead 36.
Going to bring Ben Fitzpatrick in shortly. Is it you or I popping off? I don't mind.
I will make way.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
We're going to have a debutant on the Durham live stream. I potentially sold him out there. It could just last one ball and then we have a 2-over break, but we'll bring Ben on anyway. He's been sat patiently and you and I have been rabbiting on and not really clocked the time. Craig Overton is around the wicket. Left-handed Ben Raine on strike. Couple of slips, wait. Pushed straight to Shoaib Bashir at cover. Got a huge wingspan, Shoaib Bashir. He's a tall man, and I'm 6'3", and I have to stand on a footstool to chat to Shoaib Bashir.
I'm afraid I don't have the same problem.
Oh, in fact, it's not Shoaib Bashir anyway. It's Andy Hamid. Ignore me. Shoaib Bashir. I've just turned. I've just turned to my right, and Shoaib Bashir's down at final leg. Oh, he's been in close. Shoaib doesn't get it past Andy Hamid. Ooh, chance of a mix-up there. Decide not to take a run. They realise it's Tom Lammonby who's left-handed.
You had to be a little bit careful there, Raine. I suppose, like you touched on earlier on in the session, the tail enders now coming towards the end of this first Durham innings. They've been given the licence to kind of go that aggressive route, the Bazball route, to put it kind of vulgarly, I suppose, but needed to be a bit wiser there. It's a good ball. Very nice ball from Overton, just angle straight into Raine.
Andy Hamid, number 1 on. I like that. Number 1. He's been brilliant since he's come into the Somerset side. Missed the start of the summer with a broken finger. Overton, 3 wickets to his name so far. Round the wicket. Solid from Ben Raine. There's Hamid again doing the fielding. So the lead now up to, where are we? 36. Which it doesn't sound like a lot, Ben, but in the context of what we've seen so far, it's feeling like quite a big lead, actually.
Yeah, well, it still seems like, I think it was either yourself or Rob said it earlier, that this pitch still has sort of the thought process of the pitch sort of flattening out and being a nice batting track still. But we're in sort of coming towards halfway in the morning session in day 2. It still looks like there's a bit in it for the bowlers, as Overton again forces the forward defensive out of Raine. It's still, it's got that nice little bit of nip, nice little bit of angle in as well, which obviously so far the likes of Raine and Parkinson have been able to kind of help on to find the boundary ropes so far. But I think there'll be a few sort of wry smiles from the bowling coaches at Durham, thinking, okay, if we do happen to lose this last wicket before lunch, then it's not necessarily the worst position to be in.
Take a single. And the over, so Ben Raine keeps the strike. Tom Abel fires that one in to James Reed. Craig Overton is still ticking. 3 for 73 from him then. Raine moves on to 14. Peter Siddle has 6.
Yeah, been very economical as well so far of the Somerset bowlers. Overton about 3.5 runs and over. Ball, who's been sort of the star of the bowling attack really today with his 5 for now. It's just a tick under 3 and over, 50 runs to his scorecard. He's going to continue as well from this Finkel end. It's not a bad little haul for him, considering he was probably not expecting to bowl much at all this weekend.
Other than in the nets.
Over the air. Half a cry of catch it, but manages to just get over the head of the fielder. They will come back for 2 as well. Nice little placed shot there, just over sort of cover regions.
Shoaib Bashir's having to work hard out there. On as a sub fielder. Shane Berger's still there as well, the Somerset batting coach. Oh, I haven't seen that for a while, a member of coaching staff. But it's such a long trip, you just can't take... You don't want to bring more than 13 if they're not going to play.
Ball in again. Defended by Raine. The sun is starting to try and kind of peek through a little bit over the Seat-Unique Riverside. The cloud cover's just sort of drifted across from our right-hand side in the commentary position. Still bright, but going a little sort of overcast. Still should be in for a pretty untouched day's play. Ball again. Oof. Tried the pull shot. Did he get a tickle on that? Yes, he did. Little top edge that's going to go over Rue's head for 4. Maybe not quite the way that he was expecting to get his runs today, Ben Raine, but they'll take every single run that they can get. The lead amassing up now to 43. As Durham go 214 for 9 with just 3 balls left in this over.
It was a decent short ball that from James Root. Springy, but he's quite a short man. Way over his head. Raine moves on to 20.
A little more controlled there. The sort of back foot punch towards the point area. And it'll bring Siddle on, who I think you're right, and you and Rob were right in saying that this is sort of the guy that they want to attack a little bit more. Peter Siddle, certainly no slouch with the bat, but...
Well, he was one of the original night watchers, wasn't he? He used to, when he was playing Test cricket for Australia, he'd often come in. So he can obviously play the forward defensive.
He can play the lead pretty well as well when it's just a little bit too far out to his right-hand side. Yeah, not too bad. Got a first-class average, or a test average of 14.7. First-class average of 16.24. But there is a high score of 103 not out in there as well at the first-class level. So
always nice to get a first-class 100. I think, if memory serves me correctly, field spreads. I want to give Siddle the strike.
Oof.
I think it may have come. I've talked to him about it before. I want to say either playing against Scotland A for Australia in a touring game or playing for Australia A against Scotland. So still a first-class 100 though. Can't take that away from him. But not a competitive one.
End of the over, 215 for 9. The 7 off that one. Most expensive of balls spell so far to open up day 2, but still a very tidy one nonetheless. 2 wickets in it, and of course rounding off that all-important 5 A's first, as was expertly researched to my right-hand side since 2018.
Cut away. Chase on for Jake Ball. He's been bowling, he's working hard, he gave it everything that as well, but it was just too fine of him. And Ben Raine picks up another boundary. A warm round of applause. So warm that I was looking up at the scoreboard to try and work out if there was a milestone reached, if there was a 50 partnership or something. I don't think it is. Leeds now 48. Just applauding a good shot.
Yeah, I think it was more just applauding the tail end batsmanship, really. It's just a lovely little shot. Ben Raine, like we said, has been given the freedom to sort of just go after Overton and Ball as the former strides in.
He does the fielding in cover. In that cover. 219 for 9. Welcome to all of you again on the live stream. Get in touch in that chat box. Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. We'll pick up your emails too. This game is moving forward quickly. We're less than an hour in to day 2. Durham 219 for 9 in response to Somerset's 171. Tries the Yorker. And Raine does very well to get that one out. Matt Rainshaw is going to chase it, and he is just about not going to get there. I thought he'd got there, put the slide in, flicked it back, wasn't able to stop the ball crossing the rope though. So Ben Raine has a couple of boundaries in the over. Nice little cameo this from him. Moves on to 29.
Yeah, and a nice little gesture as well. I don't think the camera's quite picked it up between Ben Raine and Peter Siddle in the middle of the track. Siddle was at the striker's end, ready to take his run and hold the strike, and then Ben Raine was sort of in no man's land, looking over his shoulder and just hoping and praying that the ball hit the boundary rope. And thankfully for the number 10, it did. Here is Overton again.
Pulled away, just a forehand jab. And Matt Renshaw puts a dive in again, picks up a couple. More applause. The lead's above 50. That lead now. Overton coming around the wicket. The field's spreading a little bit. Just Lewis Gregory in its second slip now. Driven and uppish. And Jake Ball's going to have another chase on. He comes around from third. Keeps it to a single. So this is what Somerset want. They want to be bowling at Peter Siddle, particularly with Ben Raine batting so well, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's 6 fours now that he's on for his innings at the moment, and unbeaten 32 off, was it 28 balls? So he's going over the runner ball rate at the moment. He's almost like he's in blast headspace at the moment with it coming up in the next week.
2 slips in for Siddle. Deep square leg as well. Tom Abel goes out. Gregory and Lamman beat in the slips. Siddle waits and just leaves that alone. I think Siddle would be wise to do that. Ended he over 226 for 9. I reckon Ben Raine just had a word and said, "You just stay there, Peter. You don't nibble at anything. Give me a chance to score as many runs as I possibly can." And as Rob was saying, Ben Raine has been in decent form. Can we call him an all-rounder? I think we probably can call him an all-rounder. Unbeaten 52 against Hampshire down at I always call it the Rose Bowl. And then 50 in pre-season against Zimbabwe A. 93 against Warwickshire in that high-scoring game. So he's been in the runs, Ben Raine.
And a 43 against Worcester as well at Kidderminster. He took 5 wickets across with the ball as well. So I think, judging on sort of the form at the moment this season, he's showed that he's very capable with the bat as well. As here comes Jake Ball once again. Ooh, a little tinge, I think, there of sort of upper pad there as Raine's going to go for a little bit of a wander.
Don't rub it. Don't rub it, Ben. There's cameras everywhere.
So he's into his 7th over of work in this spell now is Jake Ball. 5 for 57 across the innings. Where do you think it'd be Davey that they go to potentially if this doesn't work? Ooh. Odd little
Difficult
shot
one.
there.
They've got Lewis Gregory might bring himself on to come on and finish it off. It could be worth an over of Jack Leach. I know it's been seaming around, but to kind of say, go on then, try and hit the spinner, see if your eyes can light up. The beauty for Josh Davey, as is the case for Scott Borthwick for Durham, is he's got options. Did I say Josh Davey? I meant Lewis Gregory. Josh Davey's got options. He's not the man in charge of them, though. Lewis Gregory has options.
He's certainly got some options. He can,
But what he'd have been hoping is actually he didn't need to. When they're 9 down, a few overs ago, he'd have been hoping these two can finish them off.
Here comes Ball in again. Over the wicket. Siddle will defend down. No run there. Yeah, they would have been hoping. I mean, these two have definitely sort of clawed back this first hour, I think it's fair to say, for Durham. Losing those 3 wickets early on, obviously Bettingham going for just over 100, 101 after being caught behind. Second innings in a row, actually, that he's been caught behind. David Bettingham caught by Matty Hurst off the bowling of Nathan Lyon in the second innings of the Lancashire game. Another good defensive there again from Siddle.
I think we can forgive him, though, given he's made hundreds in those 2 and the last.
Oh, absolutely.
And he just won. So Somerset, as soon as they got him, they'd have been thinking, okay, we're in here. And they have. They've almost have been. 9 down.
They've added about, 38 runs, I think, off my calculation since the last wicket. The 6th wicket at the very least. That's a deft little shot there from Peter Siddle. That might run all the way, and it will. Just squeaks over from Peter Siddle for his 2nd boundary of the innings. That's a deft little shot there, down past the slip cordon.
Lovely little shot. 32 now that partnership is up to. Just frustrating, Somerset.
Yeah, just a little scratch of the head from Jake Ball there as he thinks, what have I got to do to try and get this last tail ender out? Siddle climbs to 10 now off 17 balls. Last ball of this over from Jake Ball. A big call of no run from Peter Siddle. End of the over. 231 for 9 now. Durham after that. Bowled Somerset all out for 171 yesterday through the first 2 sessions. Always a difficult call and an assured call that you've got to make when you win the toss and you send a team into bowl. Didn't quite work out when they did it last week against Lancashire. Keaton Jennings obviously stealing the show a little bit for the hosts there up in Blackpool, but they bowled brilliantly yesterday.
Yeah, they're a brilliant side. It's Lewis Gregory who's turned to himself. Oh, they were so close to winning that game. In Blackpool.
Yeah.
I wish I'd gone to some of that. Because you Manchester based at the moment?
Yes.
Did you manage to get across to Blackpool?
No, I did watch all of it though. I watched all
nice.
of it from home. And it was a nail-biting affair, especially as Ollie Robinson sort of started ticking up the runs, 50, 100, then 150, and you thought maybe there's just a slight little chance, but then the tea time collapse happened.
Gregory around the wicket, looking to finish this off. Ben Raine packed it out, and Andy Ameed swoops at cover. Yeah, I was doing another game commentating and just watching the scorecard. Is Ollie Robinson going to do it? Dave Beddingham, that wicket was crucial in the end, wasn't it? Those two were going along so nicely. They looked like they were cruising.
Yeah, it was a 216-run partnership for the fourth wicket. They just thought, okay, maybe we were in with a little chance. The 37 and the 30 for the fifth and sixth wickets.
Raine keeps that one out. Matt Renshaw, quite happy. He's very deep at mid-on. A little bit of football skills there from Matt Renshaw. Here we go. 7 or 8 little keepy uppies from Matt Renshaw there. Knew that they had no interest, Durham, at this stage in taking a single.
No. It's good batting and good fielding all around at the moment.
Raine just has a look. He's going to have to deal in boundaries, you think, at the moment. Long on, not long on, mid off, but they're almost a long on, long off. Happy to take a single, give a single. Now closing at the end of the over. Raine flicks it. Gets off strike. Happy to give Peter Siddle 3 balls as Shoaib Bashir on as sub-fielder for Tom Banton.
It's a nice little gap found there as well. Just a couple of gaps that were around, and just managed just to find himself square and just guide it down just towards the sort of just a vacant point kind of area that there was. It'll give Siddle the 3 balls to try and either rotate the strike a little bit and get Raine 1 or 2 more, or just hold on and give Raine the next over to potentially Josh Davey, or maybe they'll give Jake Ball one more little run out as well with his form that he is in for this match.
Gregory will want to finish it off here. 2 slips away, Overton and Lamb beat. Siddle on strike, has a little nibble at that one, not far away, just shaped away from him. I can just see Matthew Jack Leach going through his warm-up routine at mid-on as well. So maybe either he's trying to get Gregory's attention, he fancies a little one in the wickets column himself, or Somerset might try something a little bit different, try and tempt Ben Raine into a big shot.
It's the old art of the hidden communication there, just
getting
the arms limber. I know that I've done it a couple of times, just sort of casually go through my action and then...
Don't mind me, Skip, I'm just getting loose. Siddle opens the face. And Josh Davey swoops at point. No run. 1 ball left at the 58th over.
Little conversation going on in the 2 slip cordon there as well. Just wondering what that will be about. Tom Lammonby's in there at 2nd slip. I think I can just spot through that it's Overton that's in there at 1st through the back of the jumper. So I just wonder what their conversation might be.
Oh, that one just jags back at Peter Siddle. Jumps a little bit. End of the over. 58 gone. 2-3-2 for 8.
Yeah, good first over. The new spell there from Gregory. Just thought that last one just looked a little high initially, like you said rightfully there, Sam. Just sort of jumped right up on Siddle, and that's why kind of the half shout, and then immediately pulled it away. And we'll see who is taking off the jumper there.
Looks like Josh Davey to me.
It is indeed. So Josh Davey is indeed going to get a bowl in this morning session. Not got a wicket for himself in his first 2 spells so far today. That's number 26 so far of his 7 overs of work. They'll be facing up to Raine as well. One slip, mid on, mid off. Width there. And gets Raine driving. Only the one run there, though. Down to Shabshir, who was operating at backward points, but now they're going to have to change up a little bit with a left-right combination.
Always tricky for fielders, that. Not running around. Josh Davey not going to the T20 World Cup with Scotland.
Full face defensive. They put a second slip in towards Peter Siddle. Looks like that's going to be the plan to him, is try and bowl a little bit fullish. Try and get him, obviously he offered at one towards the end of last over. Try and get that thick outside edge or the little outside edge to carry towards the slips, or even just as he goes full, try and get him driving a little bit, catch one a little bit elevated and put it straight towards cover or mid-on. Here comes Davey again. Well, that's the answer to bringing all your fielders in, is just loft it up and elevate it. They'll get two as it goes towards the cow corner region. That's not a bad lofted drive there from Siddle. Moves on to 12 off 23. Raine 35 on 34. So still just ticking over around a ball. The partnership continues to grow. Here is Davey. Steps back and goes again. And this time I'll get a couple more. 4 runs for Peter Siddle.
Get the sense he's lining him up.
Well, it's always a kind of an interesting mindset as you're about to load into your action and begin to bowl. As soon as you start to see a tail ender give themselves some room and step away from the stumps, you're thinking, okay, this is either going to rearrange the furniture and we're going to go in towards and get ready to pad up, or I'm going to get driven up and over. And it was the latter option this time. And the rebounds with a nice little defensive to his left-hand side. One to come left then in the over. This has gone for 7 so far for Josh Davey. One more run and it'll be equalled with his most expensive of the day so far. That was his 4th over of work when he went for 8 runs. Still the 2 slips in there to Peter Siddle. A couple of men go back on the offside. Goes full and times it beautifully there. Does Peter Siddle as well. Won't get the maximum, won't get the 4. Man comes across in Lammonby to do the fielding. Will take 2.
And the 2 Somerset fielders there, Mead and Abel, just shuffled back very late in the day.
Yeah.
They're happy to give Peter Siddle the 1. I suspect they might have forgotten, I'd say that. But they just did a little dance back as Josh Davey was about to come in. In the end, Peter Siddle played a beautiful shot, driven for 2. 241 for 9 then. Getting close to that time where Northern Premier League action, or North East Premier League action is going to, I was going to say kick off, it's not football. The first ball was going to be bowled. Going to start, probably start will do, Sam. Lewis Gregory coming around the wicket. Plenty of action down in Somerset as well, if anyone is playing in the Whipple leagues down there. We can keep people updated on that. Also, as Ben Raine is watchful, Andy Mead swoops.
Yeah, the kickoff's in about 2.5, 3 hours, but I've been
Not allowed to talk
told
about that
I'm
one.
not allowed to talk about that one.
Boring that anyway.
Yeah.
No one wants to. Manchester United versus Man City, whatever.
Although quite interesting actually of the decision that Erik ten Hag's going to go. Apparently, according to the Guardian, that was released last night, whether he wins the FA Cup or not tonight.
Well, played late at that one. Ben Raine, I think maybe he took the bat away. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's sensible. I'm not just talking about in a football context, but in a sporting context. If you're not happy with your manager or your head coach and you're thinking that we want to get rid of him, the fact they win a one-off game shouldn't make any difference in that respect. It sounds harsh if, I won a cup final, that's the last act. But actually, if they're not happy with the direction and they want to make a sweeping change, then 90 minutes shouldn't really make a difference. Cut away. There's a nice looking shot from Ben Raine. Jake Ball even, is going to put a dive in, but it's despairing. It's beaten in. Ben Raine moves on to 39. That might just be his nicest shot of the day.
Yeah, it was a glorious little sort of back foot punch. Just skipped away from his stumps over towards the offside and raced away really through that point region. Couldn't get around in time there, could Jake Ball. You say 39 is putting in a good little effort here as we gear towards the lunch period.
Ooh. Nip back on him. Ben Raine jabs the bat down. Partnership worth 46 now, so really frustrating Somerset here, Durham. 46 from 54 balls. These kind of partnerships could be crucial. Lead now up to 74. Somerset would have been thinking, right, well, we've got them here. We're just going to concede a lead of 20 or 30. Tom Abel and Matt Renshaw, the openers, would have started to think about batting. Their heads will be half on that. Tom Abel in particular just made just the 4. Cut away again. And there is Tom Abel putting the dive in, but it's gone past him. Not quite struck as sweetly, but they'll come back for a couple. And Raine into the 40s.
Yeah, this effort and this performance reminds me of the Miguel Pretorius cameo from Somerset's first innings. Thinking the amount of work that Darren managed to do. Just looking down at my scorecard here at the moment with the 5th wicket, you go 84. Then that partnership for 8 goes the captain Lewis Gregory. Then Overton gets bowled by Siddle. He looks like he's going to go on a hat trick, and then Miguel Pretorius comes in and just steadies the ship. Ooh.
Pulled away by Ben Raine. That's a nice shot. It's going to take some chasing. Shoaib Bashir isn't going to make goes over the ropes. 2-5-1 for 4. That brings up both the 50 partnership. 51 from 57 balls now. And Durham's 250 as well. So the first batting point for Durham. First batting point of the game. And this is really good from Ben Raine, who, as we said, is enjoying a decent season with the bat. Definitely, I think we can call him an all-rounder. I've had a proper look at his numbers. Very, very fine record.
There is the delayed applause for the 52 partnership as well. 33 from Raine, the 18-run cameo from Siddle. But it's been a needed cameo as well, just to allow Raine that creative license to go for the boundaries. Here comes Davey once again now from the Finkel end. Shot. Nice little shot there from Peter Siddle. Don't think he'll quite get the 4. Good fielding out there. They will come back for 3 though. Good running between the wickets again there from Darren, which has been a bit of a definition really of Durham's performances so far. They've been very, very strong and good runners between the wickets. Eager to get the 1s and 2s, even the 3s in that case. And Siddle showing age is just a number. That'll be another one there for Raine, up to 46 for him.
I'm going to disappear at the end of the over. Rob Rush is going to come back in alongside you, Ben. Has Pajara got 100 for Sussex? Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, of course he has. 105. Another 100 for Jetishwar Pajara. What a signing he has been. As we expected, it's hardly a surprise that he scored runs for fun in county cricket.
333 for 4 they are as well in Division 2. There's a short little defensive stroke from Siddle.
Takes him into double figures. Pajara, that one. 10 hundreds for Sussex. 33 innings it's taken him. An average of 73. Not bad.
Also, we can touch on Division 2 quickly. Northants are in with the bat. Yorkshire all out for 362. Northants currently 23 for none into their 6th over in the first innings. Given some room and a lovely timing, and that one might just race away as well. Despite the diving efforts of 2 fielders as well, Peter Siddle picks up his 3rd 4 of his innings. They've been batting beautifully in tandem of these 2 tail-enders so far. It's been another expensive over for Josh Davey as well, up to 8 runs off it.
This is beautiful from Durham. This is really, really good. Particularly with rain around the next couple of days. If they could get ahead and not have to bat much more than once.
Good defensive again there.
I mean, I say much more
Siddle.
than once. What I mean is, if they could get far enough ahead so that whatever Somerset make, they're only chasing, say, half of it, then given there's showers around, it might be off and on. Speaking of which, I'm going to depart then after this ball.
Last one for Davey. And Somerset team will want to make it a good one. Short pulled. And he's going to drop into safety though for Peter Siddle. So just the one off that short ball. End of the over. It's another 9-run over. The second in this spell from Davey. Down 260 for 9. The lead up to 89 now for Durham as well, after losing their 9th wicket in the form of Callum Parkinson to 199. Gregory to continue on this 3rd over of this spell. Good first ball of the over as well. I think now we can welcome back Rob Rush to the coverage. Been a little bit of a different outlook than when you last joined us, Rob.
Yeah, it's been a very valuable 11th wicket, well, 10th wicket partnership this. Ben Raine is obviously very handy with the bat. He has got runs already this season, and Peter Siddle has been around long enough to know what's needed in this sort of scenario. And when they came together, the lead was only just above 30, and now they've managed to push it to 89, which is just, it's the last thing Somerset want in this situation. They didn't want any, they didn't, after getting Beddingham out early on and then getting Coughlin and Parkinson out relatively cheaply, they just wanted to rattle the innings off and just be content with having a deficit of about 25, 30 and then being able to knock those off and then just get straight back into kind of their batting. But now it's now starting to play on their minds a little bit of, well, we've actually got a fair few to knock off just to get back to par. See Jack Leach going through some warm-ups. Peter Siddle does not care about Jack Leach's warm-ups. He cares about hitting 4s. And add that one to the list. He's provided a fair bit of flair out there this morning, the 39-year-old, and Durham now lead at 93.
I think that's one of the prettiest shots that I've seen from Sids in this innings. That's a lovely little stroke as well. Doesn't look like it's a number 11. Just a lovely little cut and whip straight through the cover point region. And goes away for 4, racing away. And it was touched on earlier on in the broadcast and in the day's players, Somerset are wanting to have a little look at the ball after Peter Siddle dispatched that delivery. The outfield seems to be quickening up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice and sunny when we started, and now the clouds have started to roll in, and Gregory, I think, a little bit about hope, trying to see if there's anything that can be done about the ball, but he's been turned away. Yeah, 264 for 9, lead 93. It's was Somerset's first 35 minutes, but Durham have clawed it back since then. Slightly back of a length, and again, Siddle's just able to rock that one onto the leg side. $2,300 of you joining us on the YouTube live stream. Thank you very much. If you do want to get in touch with us throughout the day, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk.
Of course, it should be no surprise as well to anybody that almost kind of by proxy that this is the highest batting score that Siddle has posted with Durham.
Ooh.
Appeals.
And given. That wraps up the Durham innings. 265 all out. A lead of 94. Ben Raine, unfortunately, not able to raise his bat for a half century. It was a very, very valuable, though, last wicket stand with Peter Siddle. Raine departs for 46. A regulation catch for James Rue behind the stumps after taking a phenomenal one to send Callum Parkinson back. Somerset, as I say, will take the first half an hour, and they'll take that ball there, but since Callum Parkinson went out, Peter Siddle and Ben Raine have more than done their job for Scott Borthwick. Lead will sit at 94, and he did pick up a batting bonus point, which has been hard to come by this year after they sort of dominated Div 2 last year with the bat. Siddle is unbeaten, 31 from 35. Ben Raine out 46 off 42. Almost 100 runs added this morning to their overnight total, and now Ben Raine will take the pads off and get ready to... I'm going to take a educated guess at taking a new ball as Vickers' team get to work on the pitch. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you when the teams come back out for Somerset's second innings with the bat as they trail by 94. Durham 265 all out. Yeah, I've got a pair of Carsies as well. Oh dear, Worcestershire. Oh dear. Yeah. I love how the tweet is just D'Oliveira out LBW 34 for 5. the admin there.
Don't need 4 days, lads. Making up for yesterday, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm going to go on the roof and do a quick...
Well, welcome back. Somerset about to resume. Got about half an hour just before lunch, and I'm very glad to say we've got our first guest of day 2. Nathan Salves has joined us. Morning, Salves. Well,
Morning.
afternoon, Salves. How are you doing?
Afternoon now. It was a good little session at the end for us, wasn't it?
Yeah, very valuable last wicket stand.
Yeah, Ben Raine played quite well, and Sid's chipped in there.
Very, very important. The lead now sits at 94. It's going to be Ben Raine to kick off proceedings from in front of us. Freshly off a new 2-year white ball contract for you, is it? After a very successful Bars campaign last year?
Yeah, excited to be back here again. So it's all going to kick off next Thursday. So we look like we've got a good team together this year, adding Ackers and Callan to the fold as well. So adds 2 experienced white ball cricketers.
What is the process for you in terms of when Red Bull stuff's on for a guy who's on a white ball only contract? What goes on? What goes on when you're not up here?
I'll let Ben run in here.
Probably a wise choice. He's already a pro, and Ben Raine brings out forward defence. But yeah, what's that process for you when you're not playing?
Well, I was lucky enough this winter to be away a little bit. I was off in Dubai, so I had a month there, and then come back, and then we went out to Zimbabwe. So it was quite full-on winter, to be fair. As in, before Christmas, not a lot goes on, a lot of gym and running and stuff like that. But yeah, when I'm not around, when cricket's on, I try to find places to train and gym. A lot of golf to keep myself on my feet. So.
Tom Abel, who could do with some runs after only picking up 4 in his first knock of the season before Ben Raine knocked him over. Do you fancy yourself as a handy golfer relative to the other boys in the dressing room?
I think I'm alright. I go alright. It's not. Yeah, I spend enough time on the course, so I should be okay. But yeah, there's a couple of nice golfers. Like Raine's quite a good golfer. I think Ben Dorshus has turned up and he's got his club, so I'm sure we'll get out and about at some point.
Yeah, obviously looking ahead to that Blast campaign that starts next Thursday. I'm guessing you would have preferred to started it here rather than having to travel for the first game of the season, as Raine is in, and Tom Abel starts Somerset's reply with a clip off the pads.
Yeah, it always seems the way that we have the first one away from home for some reason. So but it'd be nice to come back here on Friday night. It'd be good. I heard it's a good crowd coming in, so that's always handy, isn't it?
Yeah, you mentioned Callum Parkinson coming, like a big reason not only for the county championship, but a big reason why Durham targeted him was as he's a very good white ball bowler. How does that help you in a way, knowing that you're going to have not only him but Ackerman as well as someone to help you out in the spin department? Because the last couple of years you kind of been the lone spinner. So does that change your mindset at all, or does it make it easier on you knowing that you've got someone else to rely on?
Yeah, I think it makes it a lot easier as Raine runs in again here.
Ollie Robinson already up to the stumps with Matt Renshaw on strike. I wonder if they noticed something from first innings that Renshaw likes to bat out of his ground and trying to peg him back. So you say it's going to make it's going to make your job a bit easier?
I think so. It definitely does. It's always having someone else that they want to smash rather than just me. No, but yeah, I think of him being a left arm finger spinner and myself being a leggy and Oliver AT as well and Colin, I think it just offers us more variety, and I think it means I can bowl at times when we're looking to take wickets and just be more aggressive for me as well.
Driven, but straight back. You've normally come in as immediately as the power play's gone, haven't you? That's kind of been your role last season. Is that a bit of, obviously, you know it comes with the territory. Teams are going to come after you. Does that kind of just fit? Does that come into Alex Lees' thinking when he's trying to use you best? Is it just
Yeah, I think from what we've been talking about, I'll probably have a similar role. It won't change too much, but yeah, I think it just gives Leesy more options.
Pushed out, and that is Renshaw off the mark for his second innings, and they'll easily come back for 2. Played a bit of seconds cricket as well.
Yeah,
in
we had a
recent
couple of
weeks.
games last week, a couple of games this week, but the weather hasn't really played too much friendly this week with a lot of rain on Wednesday there. So, yeah, just slowly prepping into it. Yeah, a bit. Early next week, the boys are all back together, so it depends how this game gets on as well. I think if it's a early finish, it'll give us a couple extra days prep as well, so it'll be nice.
It's going to be Peter Siddle, I think, is going to take the New ball from the Lumley end. I'll let Ben take this over, as it's good to have Nathan Souser on with us.
Absolutely. It will be Siddle that will start things off from the Lumley end, just over towards the far side of our commentary position. Obviously, straight after that as well, we're back home. What does that kind of impact you? Obviously, it's a shorter trip in terms of Lancashire first off to start the Blast and then back home as well. How does that impact you when you've got that shorter trip first to start the season off, but then obviously you touched on you ideally want to be home first. The Siddle Bale's a little bit wider, but you've got that home debut or that home starter at pretty short succession.
Yeah, I think last year we were on the road early on. We had 2 on the bounce away, and we started really well. But it's always nice to get back here early, I think, and it's a ground we know, and we know we have to play better here this season. As in the last few seasons, we haven't played our best cricket here. So I think it's just working out what works well. Like I said, I think adding Callum in there and even Benny Dorshus up top, it just gives us some power play overs, which is going to make a huge difference for our bowling attack, definitely.
Siddle again. Gonna leave from Tom Abel. Have you had much of a conversation with Benny since he's come in?
Yeah, we're all, me, AT and Benny, are all living in the same complex at the moment. So we've been, the last few days we've had a few coffees, and he's trying to get his feet under there, a bit of jet lag. So yeah, I've played a bit of cricket against Benny when I was back in Sydney in our younger ages. So I know him quite well from them days. So yeah, he'll fit in really well. He's a very quality cricketer and a very good competitor as well.
Ooh. Well, the whole slips cord and go up there as they thought Siddle might have just found the outside edge, but it was very, very close for Tom Abel there. They've got 3 slips in to the right-hander.
It's a very successful T20 Blast campaign for you last year, so I think 18 wickets, was it? Around that sort of figure for you?
Yeah, I think it might have been 20s in the end. I think it was around 24, I think.
I think
yeah.
they're definitely leading amongst the boys. I don't think anyone else got close, and definitely up there in terms of the spinners category. How nice was that for you to see? Well, Peter Siddle, it's a good leave.
Yeah.
it's a good leave.
It's a confident leave there, which I watched some of the action from some of the other games around the county championship that happened yesterday. A fellow Aussie, Manus Labuschagne, was on the wrong side of a confident leave for Glamorgan yesterday, but that one just angled straight back in, and how it sailed over the top of off stump, I don't think Tom Abel quite knows, but he's been granted a little bit of a lifeline on one. Siddle comes in again. Opens the face and pushed for no run.
Bowling a nagging length there, isn't he? Just in and around that off stump, just challenged the outside edge, then the inside edge there again.
Settled in. But how nice was that Blast campaign last year for you on a personal note?
On a personal note, it was obviously you couldn't have asked for anything much more from myself, as in from me. But yeah, it was obviously in the end quite a disappointing campaign as a club. But yeah, it was nice to come here and show everyone after Northie give me the backing and Cambo. To come back to the club after being on loan and then to do as well as I did, it was a bit satisfying for myself. But yeah, obviously I would have given a lot of them wickets back to just be in the finals day, or even if we played some better cricket, it was
get out of the group stage to start with.
I think I'd always want to win. That's the main goal. But yeah, it was nice on a personal point of view to, after the year before that, it was a tough year I had. So to come back and then obviously then go into the 100 as well and then win that was quite on a personal level a very good season on that level.
Yeah, maiden over from Siddle's start. Was there did you recruit Graham Clark at the back end of that tournament?
Yeah, I had a quick word to a couple of the coaches, and it was nice that he got some recognition for how well he plays his T20 cricket as well.
That's a very nice ball from Ben Raine to kick off his second over. Lead down to, Somerset have ticked off 3 of the 94 that they trailed by. With this sort of, obviously, the franchise leagues and white ball cricket seems to be on the rise. You're a bit more of a white ball specialist, I think it's fair to say. Has there been any inkling on your point of view to improve your red ball skills and become a bit more of a, if you can be around for some red ball games, or do you realise that white ball is your super strength and you need to play to that?
Yeah, I've kind of in the last probably 2 years just mainly concentrated on the white ball stuff. I played a game the twos back end of last year when they said there might be a small chance to play, but yeah, we haven't really had any conversations with that this year. Obviously, bringing Callum in.
there's not a spot for you.
So it's for me. It's just I got to do my job. I just got to be ready to go on Thursday, and then if the opportunity ever arises, I'd obviously love to play. But like, I love playing cricket, so if ever there's an opportunity, yeah, I'd definitely be keen. But the club's got Callum, they've got George, so if anything ever happened and I was needed, I'd always put my hand up to play.
Just the 2 slips. Alex Lees has gone in at a very short mid-wicket for Raine, who's driven through the gully region by Renshaw, and that'll be the first boundary for Somerset in their second innings. Got a bit of an Aussie contingent going on up in the northeast. Yourself, Ashton Turner.
Yeah, it looks like we're taking over a little bit up here at the moment. We've got Sids as well. Obviously Northie, Cambo, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a fair bit of banter that flies around between just you guys and everyone else. Is it a little?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of niggle, but I think I've been in England long enough. I'm siding with the English boys now.
And then, as you alluded to, you went on to win the 100 last year. I'm guessing as well, just touching on that personal note, like when you go through struggles like you did, I'm guessing a sense of vindication, a sense of like all that hard work, the sticking with it, going through those tough times to get your hands on a trophy. It's kind of, like you say, on a personal level, it's everything you dream of.
Yeah, obviously you want to play in big games and you want to play in finals and stuff like that. So yeah, to get your hands on a bit of silverware is always handy. As Ben challenges the forward defence again there to finish the over.
Yeah, 7 without loss, deficit now down to 87.
Yeah, but it's always, I think that's the ultimate goal as a cricketer, and even to come back up here in the back end of the season, see the boys be so successful and lift the Division 2 trophy. I think it just give me that like, oh, this is what you play cricket for. It's like, even though I didn't play any games, it's nice to come back up here and see the club you play for doing so well and getting back to where we wanted to be and playing county championship cricket once again.
Ignites that fire, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think it's for everyone in the squad. Even if you play T20 or you play red ball, or you're in the second team, I think just seeing that last year just gives you more motivation to see how happy everyone was at the club and what it meant to everyone. So I think for us as a group, I think we want to replicate that in all 3 formats if we can. But sometimes it doesn't always go to plan, like injuries last year and whatever, England call-ups and stuff like that probably hampered our T20 a little bit last year, but this year it looks like the path's a little bit clearer, so hopefully things go to plan.
3 slips in, the Siddle bowls to Abel. Another leave outside the off stump. Just held on 1 at the moment. Off 11 deliveries, playing a little bit patiently is Tom Abel, but with a 4 that he only managed in the first innings and then getting bowled by Ben Raine, he'll be wanting to improve on that one a little bit in the second innings.
We might want to improve on our over rate too, but it looks... Yeah, I think I was listening to Cambo's pre-match, pre-day talk, and it seemed a bit of a point of emphasis of getting round as soon as possible. I think that reads -3 on the scoreboard.
It's been a good start here from the boys, so just challenging the front foot defence a lot here, so hopefully if we keep nagging away there, we might grab one early, just before lunch here.
Yeah. One thing that was also mentioned last year, there seemed to be a nice balance of experience and youth in the sides that we put out. Not only in the county championship, you had Ben Raine, Scott Borthwick, Paul Coughlin when he was picked, when he was available, and then you also had the younger side of players. Ollie Robinson he's played a lot of cricket, but it was his first kind of year playing full time. Do you see that as well in kind of the white ball sides, and is it, there's not that some people on the outside might think there's a bit of a divide, and obviously people are fighting for places, but it does seem to be there's a nice team mentality, and you're looking to help out George Giselle, who's here as well. So I'm guessing that's kind of the nice camaraderie and help each other up.
Yeah, this squad is incredible with that. I think we're quite a tight squad. Everyone looks after each other and everyone wants to get better. And I think you can see that in performances from last year and even this year, how we just keep fighting back in games already. I think it just shows that the squad's quite tight, and like if you stick to your principles and stuff, I think the results will turn quickly. We haven't probably got the results we wanted. We probably missed out last week. We played some good cricket at times by the looks. I know the boys were disappointed not to get over the line last week as well.
Siddle looking to make it 2 consecutive maidens to start. He's taken a new ball ahead of Paul Coughlin, who took it yesterday morning. Settled into a good line and length here.
Finds the edge, but it just manages to get away from the man at point. I think that they just took the one off that as well. So, again, another challenging and pressing over there of work from Peter Siddle. Just the one off it. Somerset 8 for no loss in their second innings. Still trailing, though, by 86.
Was it always cricket for you when you kind of growing up, Souts, in the back garden? Was it always?
Yeah.
Was it always cricket? No AFL, no.
Oh, a little bit of rugby league, but I was a little bit too small for that. I think Mum put me into football or something. But yeah, it was football or cricket.
And when was the decision to? Was it always spin as well for you? Was it always looking to be a spinner? As Raine's in and finds the outside edge, and that's gone. The early breakthrough. Tom Abel can't add more than 2 before he edges behind to Ollie Robinson. A regulation catch. Somerset 8 for 1.
Lovely ball by Raine there, just around that 4th stump line. Just got him prodding forward. Feet didn't really get into the ball, and a little tickle to Robbo.
Perfect start for Durham. Tom Abel's first appearance of the season only heralds 6 total runs across 2 innings, and it's not the ideal start for Somerset.
It's felt like it's been coming, though, slightly.
Yeah,
the
pressure's been there, and that's obviously, everyone talks about it being pressure and wanting to always put it back onto the opposition. So, yeah, Durham obviously will be very happy with their work, as Tom Lammonby should be coming out at number 3. So yeah, was it always spin for you, Souts?
No, it was a bit like Ben Raine I used to bowl like, actually. Just niggling away, a little bit of swing, a little bit of nip. And then I got to about 12 or 13 and they said I bowled too slow. So then I said I could bowl leg spin, and my dad was a bit like, no, you can't. So then I decided I was bowling leg spin, and then kind of just done that since that day, when in the back garden bowled a few googlies at him. And I can remember bowling a googly, and he went to play cut shot, it bounced a bit and hit him in the head. And then I was like, I want to bowl leg spin, this is fun. And he said, all right. And he went down the nets with me, and we just bowled, and yeah, it's kind of where I've ended up since then. That day, really. He said he spent a lot of time trying to make me a batter, and I ended up being a leg spinner. So
Tom Lammonby, Ben Raine round the wicket, solid defensive shot to start. So was it then coming through Sydney and getting into the Shield cricket team out there?
Yeah,
the academies.
Yeah, I was all through the age group stuff. I played with New South Wales underage stuff, and then I just played my grade cricket down at my local club, Blacktown, and then just kind of went through the grades there and made my first grade debut around 16 or something, 17. And then, yeah, I come over here when I was 20 years old.
Good line and length. What was it did you have an offer from a club that brought you over here?
Yeah, so one of my good friends, he had played at this club back in like 2005, and he said, "Oh, why don't you go over and play some club cricket?" Because obviously, Mum being English and Nan, so I had the English passport, so I could play as local. So I did that, and first year just really come out and just have a bit of fun and just experienced a different culture and way of cricket, really.
Cut off the back foot, but straight to Graham Clark.
Yeah, so I did that for a season, and then at the end of that season, someone was like, "Oh, why don't you trial at a county?" And I was a bit like, "Oh, can you do that?" Didn't really, because the system's so different in Australia, where you get picked to go to New South Wales or second 11, so on. So then I went down to Middlesex and for 2 days and bowled with them, and then the next year I come back and played the whole season in the second team. Oh.
I think Ollie Robb has clocked one on the leg there. It's not the nicest. Yeah, I think that's caught in flesh on the pad. Very fortunate he's got those in place. So how many years was it then down at Middlesex? Was it multiple stints for Middlesex? Or
Yeah, I was there from 14 until 21. Was it 22? 22 and a half probably, and then come up here on loan that 22 season.
Raine in, and that's a lovely shot off the back foot from Tom Lammonby. He gets himself off the mark with a 4. Somerset 12 for 1, but losing Tom Abel in that over.
I'm always curious about those loan conversations, whether it's cricket or any other sport. What was that kind of chat like with Middlesex when you did eventually come here first?
Well, I had been released at the time, and I was very keen to get out and play some blast cricket because I had the 100 coming up, and I didn't want to go in with no cricket. So they pretty much had told me that I wasn't going to play any part of their campaigns. Told me literally 3 days before the competition, which didn't really give me much time to find a loan deal. And Badge happened to get injured at the time. With James Franklin at the time was the coach, and I had played with him at Middlesex. So the conversation kind of started with them just before Badge got injured. And then obviously kind of that little window opened, so Northie got me in with James at that time. So yeah, I was quite thankful that time to get an opportunity to come up here and have at least give myself a second chance, really. So, and it seemed to work out right the first night. It went all right. So
here's Siddle once again to Renshaw.
Yes.
Bowled him! Gets off stump. And Peter Siddle, once again, for the second innings in a row, rearranges the pegs. It's 12 for 2 now. Renshaw has to walk for 6.
Looked like it stayed a bit low there. Just didn't really get up that, did it?
Nah, didn't. We've seen a bit. There has been some variables, not as much as we saw at Blackpool, where some really spat through to the keepers behind the stumps. That one kept really maybe a bit of at the lower edge of the bat onto the stumps, but it's not really a lot. Not really a lot you can do.
No.
There's and Siddle has deserved that. He started on a really good line and length from Lumley end, and Durham are putting Somerset in a fair bit of trouble. 12 for 2 and still 82 in arrears as Andy Umeed will walk out at number 4 with just about 10 minutes to go to the lunch interval. And then after that, we're talking about your loan deal, Souts. After that blast campaign, was it a conversation with Marcus? We'll be in touch, or was it very early on that we made it clear that he wanted to keep you around for the 23 season?
Yeah, it probably took a couple of months. Obviously, I went off back to Middlesex to finish the season in the second team, and obviously the 100 had, and then the conversation probably didn't really start to mid-October. I think there was a lot going on at that time at the club. There was a change of coach and stuff like that, so it was a bit of water had to go under the bridge before we could have them conversations. And then I was thankful that Durham come in and gave me a year to really come back and show what I could do and put in some performances for the club. And yeah, it happened. Everything kind of just, all the stars kind of aligned last year. Everything kind of went really well in that sense, so it was nice.
Well, stars are aligning quite nicely here as well for Durham before the lunch break. 2 wickets before the first pause in play. Siddle and Raine with 1 apiece, and now we'll bowl to Andy Umeed. 3 slips and a gully.
Well, Coughlin's now, Siddle has been tinkering with Ben Stokes, and Coughlin's now just moved himself into a bit of a fifth slip position now rather than gully.
Ooh. It's a lovely ball. Once again as well, straightening up, aiming towards that middle and leg. They've got their towels up at the moment to Durham. Before the break. Got about 7 minutes till the lunch break.
Also curious, Souts, how everyone always sees you guys out on the field playing, and they see kind of the finished product in terms of the game that night. As this one's tucked away down to Callum Parkinson and Meads off the mark. Generally, how long are those net sessions where you're trying out your googly, your standard leggy? How long are those sessions, and just how much preparation do you have to put in even for the shortest format?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of preparation that goes into every format. I think there's so many different skills, and obviously for myself, I'm trying to be quite particular with what I do, not trying to overdo it, but just trying to get the right balance in what you do. I look to try to bowl as many deliveries as I can when you can, but it doesn't always work out that way, and sometimes you just, for me, this time of year now, it's all the hard work's nearly done. It's about just grooving what you've done in the winter and what you've been working on, and then hopefully you go in confident and just nail your skill. And that's pretty much how I try to look at it these days. It's like not trying to overdo it, but just having enough in the tank to then just top up and keep going. As in, like, because the games do come thick and fast. I think we got a nice start to the year. We got obviously 2 in 2 days, and then we got 6 days off before the next one. So there's a lot of time for practice this year, which we don't normally get.
Defending there is Lammonby, 6 off 7 now. He is to finish the over. 3 runs and the all-important wicket of Matt Renshaw as well. The 2 openers gone for Somerset. They're 15 for 2 after 6.
And speaking of last year, you got your T20 campaign off to a pretty good start down at Northants. 5-4-15, I believe. And Graham Clark got an unbeaten century. I guess that gave you the confidence to then go on and take more wickets as the campaign goes on.
Yeah, I think that game was just a massive relief, really. It just kind of happened. I just bowled a few balls and they got out, really.
Humble.
I got to about halfway through the campaign. I think I turned to Ollie Robb and just like, I just don't know what's happening. They just keep getting out. It was a bit of shock.
As Raine is in and back of a length, and Andy Mead does well to swing his bat out the way.
Sometimes, yeah, T20's like that. Sometimes you just
does that play with your mind at all? That maybe does it give you maybe a little bit of false sense of security that maybe sometimes that when batters are just getting out that you're maybe only a few away from? Does it play with your mind at all?
No, I think in T20 cricket you got to be quite honest, and when you bowl well, and sometimes you don't bowl that well, and you still get wickets. So as Raine runs in again here,
Lovely by Andy Mead. Callum Parkinson's going to chase after it, and he does very well to put it up inside the rope, and I'll come back for 3.
Yeah, I think T20 cricket is sometimes you can bowl really well and you could walk off with none for 40, or you can bowl a pile of muck and end up with 4 for 20. So you just got to be kind of honest. Some nights, if you nail your skill and you go, and then some nights you have a night out. And I remember a couple of times last year I didn't bowl that well. I think at Trent Bridge I didn't bowl my best and bowled 4 half volleys, and all 4 went to mid off and caught, and you're just like, well,
you take him.
You just take it and you move on to the next game. So
Raine is in here, so it's the process.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, even when you have bad nights, it's just been like, did I create chance? Yes. Did I do this? Yes. I might have went for 1 for 50. Okay, that's obviously not great, but you just try to take out the good stuff and look at it. I always try to look at it ball by ball rather than the end result sometimes, because 2-3 balls in T20 can ruin your night. You could go from none from 18 to none for 36 in a few balls.
LBW shout. Not given. I don't think the pitching in that one is helping Ben Raine.
Looked like it did a lot there. Fraction high, potentially.
Yeah, I think he's also maybe not quite the impact, maybe pitching outside leg. He's coming over the wicket, so he's not.
That was the biggest question for me.
That's
Just off.
Yeah, it's not as beneficial. And kind of just finishing off, like the relationship between you and Ollie Robb. Is it when you're coming on to bowl? Do you have anything? Do you have like chats about when he knows you're going to bowl a certain ball, and is he like having a bit of a look at the batter and what they're doing? And is he kind of at the end of those? Is he coming up suggesting to you? I think maybe your googly could be a good delivery here because he's maybe setting off a certain way. So what's that relationship like between you and Ollie?
Most of the work's pretty much done before the game. Really, I have my plans, and then he's a good enough keeper to know what I'm bowling. Obviously, he's been behind the sticks a few times now, so I feel like he knows what I'm going to do, and we don't. It's kind of he knows and I know, and we don't. The conversation, obviously on lengths and how the pitch is playing, happen as the game goes on. But yeah, there's no pre-plans, as in like I'm going to throw one out here or that. It's kind of just a little bit gut instinct in T20 cricket, and hopefully he's on the same page, which he is 90% of the time, 99% of the time. So, yeah, obviously if you got a certain plan you want to a batter, you'll have them chats before the game and say I might throw one down leg side or throw one really wide of off stump. So just be aware of what's going to happen. But yeah, most of the time I like to do my research by myself, and obviously this year having Callum as well, he likes that, so we'll probably spend a bit of time over a coffee and debrief what we need to, and it's always nice. Even in Zimbabwe, we just started that relationship of talking to each other between overs and stuff, which is going to be helpful, as these two have done today. Even open the bowling here, they're bowling in a lovely partnership, as in if they had a nice partnership at the back end with a bat of 50 plus as well. Yeah, it just shows you how the game, if you work, even when you're bowling, we've gone for 18 runs and nearly 8 overs here, and just put the squeeze on Somerset here. Another one here just before lunch would be amazing, I think.
Yeah, well, this will be the last over before the lunch break as the clock strikes 1. Appreciate you coming on, Souts. Don't want to set you up for failure, but what is it? Just a case of you take your wickets, you try and go at as little as possible as this one's turned away. Take as many wickets for as little runs as possible, and maybe a few more wins, and hopefully get out the group stage this year.
Yeah, I don't think we were a million miles away last year. I think we had a couple of tyres, which if they go your way and you get a bit of momentum in other games, and we probably lost a couple of games that we should have won. We tied a couple of games that we should have won, and we won a couple of games we shouldn't have won. So it's just, T20's pretty fickle, and it can happen quickly. But I feel if we can keep consistency, that would be the biggest thing this year. If we can get consistent in all 3 skills, I can't see why we wouldn't get out the group stage.
You have it there first, Durham fans. Get excited for the T20 Blast. Starts next week.
Siddle been keeping it, as expected, really relatively tidy towards this final over before the lunch break. He's got 3 more balls to bowl at both Lammonby and Umeed.
Yeah, quick turnaround from Raine's last over as the clock was on 12:59, making sure the last over could come in. Good half stop by Siddle there.
And good wherewithal from Andy Umeed as well to make sure that he didn't fall victim to...
well, there's a prime example of Alex Lees in the first innings.
Oh, gee, I felt so bad for him watching that.
Actually, that's
yesterday.
That's inspired me. Seeing as you're a spinner, South, so I feel like you might know what's coming here. Where do you stand on the run out of the non-strikers end?
Yeah, it was a bit unlucky.
I'm just talking about in general. Are you one of those ones? Do you like to make the batter aware that they may be standing out their ground, and or is it just you're focusing on your deliveries first and foremost?
Yeah, just make sure I'm bouncing the ball really. Yeah, I'm more aware when I'm fielding. Just let them know.
Well, a quick shy at the stumps.
Yeah. Make sure they're not backing up too far. We don't need any of that. Last ball before lunch here. Sid's just probing away. It'd be nice to grab one here, wouldn't it?
It'd be lovely. Brilliant way to end the session. That's been a bit topsy-turvy. Somerset came out on top in that first half now. Durham have clawed it back with the bat and have started off well with the ball, and good stop
dive
from Paul Coughlin means that Somerset will go to lunch 19 for 2, a wicket apiece for Ben Raine and Peter Siddle. Somerset still trail by 75. Lunch here on day 2. The game again moving very quickly as it did yesterday. We will take a break and we'll come back to you at the lunch break. Thank you very much to Souts for jumping on the live stream with us.
Thanks for having me.
And yeah, we'll be back after lunch break.
South Africa Cup 357. We've got to feel pretty special now.
Oh yeah, I think so. I didn't think maybe like 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got that first phone call that you were going to be included for that India series? What were your emotions there?
Well, I was actually playing for the SAA side against the West Indies, and the test coach was coaching the SAA side. So he actually didn't call, he just called me into like a room, and I thought I was in trouble almost. And then he just said, well done, you've made the India test squad, which was quite surprising. I mean, I've spoken to him about it before, but it was still quite a shock. The first people I called was definitely my parents, because I think they've done a lot for my cricketing career. So yeah, quite a proud moment, and yeah, I'm glad it happened.
And then obviously you go on to you get a 50 on test debut. Not a lot of people get able to do that, so that must have been as well like a special feeling. How difficult were the conditions out there?
Well, I think honestly, because we won the toss and bowled, and it was almost overcast like this, maybe a bit warmer. And we bowled them out for maybe like 220, and then the pitch settled down to a degree, but I think our openers and number 3 did quite well. So when I came in, it was a bit flatter. I'm not saying it was easy, but it was definitely a bit flatter. And then once I got off the mark, the nerves kind of settled, and I could actually just enjoy the occasion.
And then you came out of that series with a 1-1 draw, and then due to the SA20 going on, you were one of the more senior guys after 2 caps going down to New Zealand. You've mentioned in previous interviews you pulled yourself out of the SA20 auction or to be considered for New Zealand. Was there any sort of hesitation there, or was it just you've now got a chance to play Test cricket again for South Africa? You want to take it?
Well, I think so. Like that conversation happened, I reckon, August last year. So before the draft obviously happened, before the India Test matches happened. So like the coach called me and kind of said, look, if you don't put your name in. So like everyone thinks like I pulled out like I was dead certain to like get into the auction or get into the SA20, but like I just thought, like weighing up the pros and cons, I thought to play a Test match for sure for your country, I think overweighed the chance of playing in the SA20. Yeah.
And then you go down to New Zealand. First Test, you don't get the big century, but the second Test, second innings, you finally get to that 3-figure mark. Can you talk us through once you got past 50 and kind of that second part of your innings, and then obviously the elation when you do get that first century for your country?
Well, I think in the first Test I got so many messages after the Test match saying well done, but also saying how silly I was to try continue the 6 hitting and stuff like that. So like when I eventually got to that mark, I tried to just stay sensible and calm, which luckily I did. And yeah, it was obviously quite special. I knew back home, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning back home in SA. And I knew from speaking to guys days before that they'll be up watching regardless of what time. So I knew that my family, my friends would be watching. So I think just having that was quite special. I mean, New Zealand's miles away, so no one was really there in terms of like SA and family and stuff, but it was really special to know that they were watching and stuff like that, yeah.
Did you get a sense, was there a feeling of vindication because you obviously left South Africa to come over to here and play for Durham, and everyone was kind of talking about the time that you were putting your South Africa ambitions on hold and there was more chance of an England call-up, and then you obviously reversed your decision and you made yourself available to South Africa. Was there a sense of vindication with over the winter getting those Test call-ups and those Test opportunities?
No, I think I'll never regret coming over here. I think I owe Northie and Durham a lot because I've learned a lot. I've grown as a person and as a player. So like I think so, because like coming through and watching guys play, getting like not jealous, but just like knowing or maybe thinking that I could do the same job playing Test cricket. So it was quite cool eventually making the step up and then doing okay as well, because I always think the biggest thing about Test cricket, I always think, is like before you actually do it, it's like believing or thinking, can I actually do it? And I mean, I've only played 4 tests, so it's a small sample size, but like playing against those Indian seamers in tough conditions, I think getting through them and doing okay, just like it almost gave me a lot of confidence going into like New Zealand, also playing against a good attack, but obviously on flatter wickets. So like coming like across like Bumrah and those guys on tough wickets definitely made me confident to go out and score runs in New Zealand, which was quite cool.
And then looking ahead to the season, obviously we're kicking off on Friday against Hampshire, so the club season comes first for you, but that the international scene will now be always in the picture. How do you balance the two? Is it a case of just you put your best foot forward with Durham first and then South Africa will take care of itself? Is that the mindset?
Well, I think firstly, I've looked at the schedule. So if South Africa continues to happen, I don't think I'll miss, especially 2024 this season and next year, I don't think I'll miss, I think I'd maybe miss 1 or 2 Champo games, which is obviously lucky. And secondly, I think every game is a chance to score runs and do well for Durham or South Africa or Western Province. So I think like I'll take it game by game and try to do what I've been doing for Durham for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's score runs and try win games. Yeah.
One in 10 minutes, Sally?
Hi.
You want to be putting this up on Instagram,
Hi.
get the players too, Sally, okay? It's all about me.
Full of play, the fielding team being led by their captain, Rocks, and our two on-field umpires. Alex Lee gets his 50.
Well, Johnny.
That's into the first innings of 174 for 5.
There's lad.
175 on the track. That's into the first innings. Durham has managed to put the total of 185.
He's on doing it for your back field.
Innings break. The target is 230 in 20 overs.
Hanno Maduro. What's in camera? Where's woman? Where's woman? Let's get drinking.
Congratulations, Durham County, winners of the 2024 Zimbabwe Cricket 2020 tournament. Thank you very much, members of the Wicket International Party. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners, Durham County.
Welcome to Durham. I can't imagine you would have thought you'd be back in the Championship so quickly.
No, I didn't. I was planning on this year having a bit of a holiday and sort of just relaxing in the off season. So when the opportunity come up though, obviously very excited and looking forward to it now.
You mentioned it there. Can you describe what the last kind of 48, 72 hours has been like for you from that first sort of knowing that Scott Bowen's been ruled out to then Marcus North kind of making that call?
Yeah, it was obviously really rushed in the end, I think. But yeah, it all ran smoothly. I think obviously Scotty and I being good mates, we're chatting a lot throughout his like little niggle and stuff over the last couple of weeks. So obviously disappointing for him. But yeah, I think just that connection. Obviously I played a lot of cricket with Marcus back for Australia. So I think that friendship there, we've always chatted about potentially coming and playing here one day. And yeah, it's come about now.
You played with Marcus or did you play against him back in Australia?
I played against him in Australia and then played with him for Australia. So we've got a good history together. There were always good battles against him, but it was good fun playing alongside him.
Get him out many times while you were playing against him, or?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I don't think so. I think when I was younger, I wasn't really good against left-handers. Probably not as many as I would have liked.
You mentioned you're excited about the opportunity. If you could pinpoint it down to one thing or one or two things about Durham that made you want to jump at this offer, what were they?
I think obviously initially the connection with Marcus. That's probably always the one. But I think I've played the boys a few times over the years, and it's always been a good bunch of guys, a good group. So yeah, I wasn't hesitant about joining this group of guys and playing with them. So yeah, I think that was probably the biggest draw was knowing what type of group they were. I think I've been pretty lucky to the counties I've played with over the last little bit have always been similar to that, good groups, and that stood out with this group.
Down at Somerset last year, spent time with Essex as well, and I believe Notts are on that list as well with your previous counties.
Yeah.
Correct there. So you're not exactly a stranger to the county game. How do you think that's going to help you? Do you think there's not going to be as much of an adjusting period coming up now because you've already played in England and you've got used to the Duke's ball?
Yeah, I'm very accustomed to playing here. I think that's the good thing. I love playing here. I enjoy the English conditions and the English grounds around the country. So yeah, really looking forward to it. I think there's not much to adjust to, which is good. It's probably more just obviously it's been a very short turnaround, but yeah, feeling good and looking forward to the next couple of months.
You are coming into a dressing room where I don't mean to bring this up as like an insult, but you are coming in as I think the oldest bowler in the dressing room. First of all, what kind of gives you this still desire to keep on playing at I think 39? Because a lot of other bowlers or players just in general would have decided, I've had a good enough career, that's enough for me, but you obviously decided to carry on. What is that passion for you to carry on playing? Yeah,
I think it's just love for red ball. I love playing first class cricket, love bowling the red ball. Obviously it's a bit of stupidity, I reckon. It's obviously there's a lot easier formats to play these days, but I think the challenge of playing red ball cricket, I've still got a desire to play it, and I think that's what keeps me going. And like I said to you earlier, the love for playing in England. Yeah, I really enjoy my time here, always have, whether it was playing county cricket or even the international tours that I had here. Absolutely loved it. So yeah, it was a pretty easy decision. I stay fit, I'm feeling good. Why not keep playing? And that's been my mindset over the last few years. And yeah, touch wood, I've been able to stay fit and continue to play. So yeah, just looking forward to this next couple of months now.
Yeah, you mentioned that you enjoy playing in these English conditions. Obviously you're from Australia. What's your favourite thing that you've developed a good taste for when coming over here and playing in England? Would you say?
I think I just love the Duke ball. I think that's what I love the most.
More helpful for the bowlers, is it?
Yeah, not even that. No, there's been plenty of wickets that I've played on that are batter friendly, but I just really enjoy bowling with the Duke ball. It's a lovely ball to bowl with. And yeah, like you said, there is opportunities at different stages where it is very bowler friendly, which is enjoyable as a fast bowler when it's all in your favour. So yeah, there's always that side of things, but yeah, like I said, English conditions, it's just good fun.
You've had a pretty storied career, very long career. I think everyone knows your Ashes hat-trick on your birthday. I'd be remiss to ask you, is that your favourite memory on a cricket field? As an Englishman, this hurts asking this question.
I don't know. It's obviously it's big personal achievement. Yeah, it's obviously my greatest individual achievement whilst playing. But I think big series wins. I had some like unbelievable series home and away, and they're the ones that I probably I cherish the most. I think winning the Ashes 5-0 in Australia. The next series after that one is quite memorable. So those type of things, but like going to South Africa and winning when we had a young side, when Marcus debuted back in 2009, we won there. So like series like that are ones that that I really cherish. But definitely as an individual point of view, that moment was very high on the list.
And then going from international cricket to your Shield cricket with Victoria, what would you say has been your favourite memory while donning the Victoria shirt over your career?
I think it's the same thing. Winning, I've been lucky in the time that I've played for Victoria. We've been really successful. So the opportunity to be a part of, I've played in 3 Shield finals that I've won, but also played in and around Test cricket in summers where we've gone on to win. So in my time there, we won 7 titles. So it's been a great dressing room to be around. So I think those moments have been unbelievable, and I think now at the back end, just seeing some of these young guys that we have coming through at Victoria is very exciting. So looking forward to working with them.
Fair few new trophy cabinets along the way, of course, in career to fill all those trophies. You are wanting to move in towards sort of the coaching sort of side of things. What are the next steps for you in order to get on that coaching ladder?
Yeah, I think I've been lucky enough. I think opportunities like this. I think coming over to England and stuff like that, working with younger guys as sort of like a mentor to them, and just helping them whilst I'm here to play. I've enjoyed a lot, whether that was at Essex, Somerset, now here. I think those opportunities have been great. Obviously, hopefully they've got a lot out of it, but me as an individual has definitely learned a lot from the coaching front. So I guess those experiences have been huge. Similar to the stuff I do in Australia, but the last season I started to look after the second 11 at Victoria, which was a lot of fun. Like I said, just enjoy seeing young players develop, improve their game, and if I can play a small part in that along the way, I feel like I'm doing the right job.
And then finally, you just mentioned that you're coming in, you want to be a mentor for the young guys. We've got a good crop of young bowlers coming through here. How much are you looking forward to imparting some of that wisdom that you've got over the next couple of months that you're here at Durham? Yeah,
lots. I think, I get more out of that. The playing side of things just sort of comes, second nature to me. That's just natural, but I really get a lot out of helping those guys, and hopefully, like I said, I can play a little small part, and whether it's just one little thing that they can pick up, I've played a lot of cricket in England, so I'm very experienced in conditions and the duke ball and all types of stuff over here that, hopefully I can, leave here with obviously a little bit of success on the field, but also, a little bit of helping hand off the field to some of those young guys.
Hope you had all had a lovely lunch break. I know we did up in the press box. Lovely food on selection, and I think from Durham's point of view, they've hopefully rested, recharged, and ready to go. Somerset 19 for 2. Still 75 more they need to make Durham bat again, and in the larger scheme of things, that's going to be nowhere near enough, is it, Ben?
No, not at all, especially if Ben Raine and Siddle can continue and pick back up on the form that they were in at the start of this second innings. It's been a fantastic start. 1 for 14 is Raine to start from the Finkel end. If Siddle continues on the end, 1 for 5 off 4 overs. It was, as rightfully was pointed out by Nathan South, who joined us before the lunch break, was bowling that really nice, nagging full length and making it jagged a little bit as well. But it'll be Raine to start as we pick up back after lunch.
Yep, it will be Ben Raine to continue from. I think this. I mean, I haven't asked him this. I think this is probably his favoured end down here at the Finkel end. He's certainly hoping for a bit more luck. Thick inside edge to start. Yeah, there was a very concerted effort. I don't know, for those of you who didn't pick up comments earlier in the stream, Durham slightly behind on the over rate off their first innings, slightly down to Callum Parkinson only bowling 3 overs with this bit more grassy pitch. So a concerted effort from Ryan Campbell this morning of needing to have quick whip rounds at the end of overs and not wasting as much time in the over, but after lunch a little bit of batters regaining their mark. It's Ben Raine. He's in. Sam is now back with us. He'll come back in at the end of the over. I'll set you all off and I'll leave you be. Hopefully Ryan Campbell coming around reasonably soon, and we can rotate. We can rotate with Cambo. Yeah, just to see what he thinks of that morning session. Get his thoughts and viewpoints. That's a lovely clip off the pads by Tom Lammonby. He'll pick up 2. Thinking of a third, and good running. Good running. Good confident call from Andy Umeed to bring him through. And that ends first. That doesn't end the first over. I don't know what I'm on about.
Yeah, just a little down leg side, that delivery there from Raine, and Lammonby watched it nicely, flipped it away, and managed to get it through the sort of mid-off region.
3 slips, all tightly packed. It's one of those ones, it's a lovely looking shot and it goes down as a dot.
That happens to be the way sometimes as a batsman. I suppose the mark of a great batsman is being able to shake that off and go, okay, let's focus on the positives of the next ball, which is what, from a Somerset point of view, they'll be wanting these 2 batsmen to do. They'll need similar to the first innings really, they need a real strong bedrock partnership to be able to build off on and try and force Durham into some lengthy batting in towards the after tea session and even days 3 and 4 potentially.
Well, the rate this game is going, I think day 4's maybe being a bit ambitious, but that is the game of cricket. You never know what's just around the corner. Unfortunately, I think there might be the weather might be having a say tomorrow, which is not ideal, but there's no point fretting over that right now. North East Premier League is back in action. We'll get those scores coming through to you. And a bit of Durham-related news. Yeah, this bloke called Paul Collingwood. He's playing in the North East Premier League today. So he's playing for Shotley Bridge. Imagine that, just rocking up to a North East Premier League game and Paul Collingwood's just either your teammate or in the opposition, as Ben Raine ends it with a very good delivery to end first over after lunch. 23 for 2.
Yeah, lovely ball to finish the over, and I think I will actually part ways with the broadcast for the time being. We'll bring Sam back into the fold.
And it will indeed be Peter Siddle to continue from the Lumley end.
He's been Somerset's standout batter so far this season, Tom Lammonby. Had a difficult couple of years, having burst onto the scene back in 2020. Missed the back end of last season, a bit of a stressy, as he calls it. Stress fracture in the back.
Yeah, it's a common injury, as we were talking about. Bit of bounce there.
Bit of extra bounce. Tom Lammonby on 9, Andy Hamid on 6. Somerset, bit of work to do to save this game, and then it is now a case of them having to try and save the game from here. That's first and foremost. 71 is the deficit. It's got Borthwick and Colin Ackerman in the slips. Ollie Robinson next to them. Alex Lees at gully. What a side, Durham are. And the near 40-year-old Peter Siddle steaming in. Pick up a couple there. I think it'll probably be just 2. Callum Parkinson. Would he be needed with the ball, do you reckon, Rob Rush?
I think Scott will throw in the ball at some point, but obviously it won't be for a while. You'll be wanting to work through these two for a bit longer post-lunch, and then obviously there's just a small matter of England's Test captain that will no doubt be having a bowl through, and Paul Coghlan as well. So I think we'll get through a fair few overs of seam before Callum Parkinson is brought into the attack. And speaking of seam options, away to our left-hand side, Matthew Potts.
Oh, I thought you were thinking about me. He's head to your left. I thought you were going to big me up, try and get me a side in the North East Premier League.
Well, if you want to head on down, I believe Matthew Potts is making his way around the outfield, going for a lap. Rested, I think, is the official word for this game.
Rotated.
Yeah, had a very big workload to start the year.
Ooh, that's just gone on the inside of Tom Lammonby. Played down the wrong line of that one. He was pushing at it, and it just hit the pitch, nipped back in. Sails through safely enough to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Welcome back to all of you if you're on the live stream. Had a little bit of lunch. Got my boeuf bourguignon today. It was advertised yesterday as veggie. It definitely wasn't veggie. Definitely wasn't veggie. I tell you what, there was a little bit of bacon in it too. Glorious. Lammonby leaves well alone here. End of the over. 25 for 2. Somerset still 69 runs in arrears. Ben Raine. At the moment, I think you could headline the day as starting with bat and ball. Peter Siddle and Ben Raine. Driven nicely by me. Wait on is the call. Good bit of fielding in the covers there by Paul Coghlan. He's out there in his whites. Always in his whites, Paul Coghlan, these days, because Rob Rush wears his tracksuit bottoms. So he can't wear training kit. He turns up to games in white trousers, Paul Coghlan. Short mid-wicket is in there catching.
I'm setting this story straight.
Driven nicely this time by Hamid. Straight to the tracksuitless Paul Coghlan. I think, has that hit him on the knee, or has he just jarred it as he's gone down?
I think possibly the former. Yeah, so to put this story straight, Sam, This is last year's training gear.
I
And
know.
with the sponsorship gears, with the sponsorship deals, sorry. All the players get brand spanking new kit every year, so sometimes we're fortunate enough that the players donate their old training kit to where it serves as a, you know, as a work uniform, be able to rock up in tracksuit bottoms. Not many people can say that.
Yeah, it's all right. I tend to do it. I can get away with it now. My other life is as a lawyer, and before COVID it didn't fly, but now these days, as long as I'm not client facing, but but internally. Now Ben Stokes has just waved across to the dressing room. 3 steps wait. And Mead is in behind that. And because the window's open, I can hear what he said. And do you know what he said, Rob Rush?
No, what did he say?
He wanted some gels. So he wants a bit of energy. So maybe we might see a little bit of Ben Stokes' bowl, unless he is living his teenage years once again and he wants some hair gel. Back in the glory days.
Well, being out there this morning, his hair did look pretty good, but the fact he's going through some stretches, I'd like to suggest, Sam, it's the former of your two suggestions. Maybe both?
Yeah, not mutually exclusive. Oh, outside edge from Andy Mead. Squared him up. Beauty from Ben Raine. They'll pick up runs. Ackerman will chase it. A little peek over his shoulder. Just to see the running. I like that. It was like a distance runner being chased there. Ackerman just had a little look. Little peek. Pick up a couple. F's it down to 67 now. Ben Raine just asking Ackerman. It's not Ackerman, it's Lees, isn't it? To take a step to his right. So he's now at gully, still 2 slips. Borthwick, Ackerman, Lees. Sounds like a kind of law firm or an accountancy firm. Borthwick, Ackerman and Lees.
Limited
and Associates.
Associate.
Look at that. Who's sprinting on there?
It's one of
the Somerset boys. It might be Matt Renshaw, you know. I think that could be Matt Renshaw. It's the kind of thing he'd do.
Well, from a Durham point of view, I can tell you exactly who that is just by the height. It's Ben McKinney, who's doing 12ers for Durham. Very unmissable.
Renshaw getting a round of applause. He's absolutely sprinted that one through. He's still going. He's a character, Matt Renshaw, I can tell you that.
It reminds me of Forrest Gump.
It's his final appearance for Somerset.
lay it all on the line.
But you'd think, you know, he's finished batting, so he potentially doesn't have to field again. I like that a lot. I like that a lot from Matt Renshaw.
So he was maximum efficiency as well on the turn. He'd already started turning to face back to the dressing room before he was handed the jumper.
He didn't stop either. He kept going all the way. He's got his seat. He's back in it. I don't know if we'll be able to see it at the end of the over potentially. But that was beautiful from Matt Renshaw. That is how 12ers should be done.
Siddle settling back into this line and length. Did pick up Renshaw with a very good delivery just before the lunch break.
In fact, that's the best bit of 12ers. I'm going to put it out there and say that's the best bit of 12ers work I've ever seen, Rob Rush. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of great 12th man work, so I think I might have to. It's definitely in the top 5 moments.
Top 5, you harsh critic. You haven't seen a lot, yet that only makes you top 5.
Yeah, you got to earn it. You got to earn it. I'm also giving myself space. Means if I see other work, then I can adjust accordingly.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I would adjust accordingly. If something overtook it, I would adjust. I didn't say it was my number 1 forever. Just having a look at the ball here. No, maybe they're not. Just taking a second. I love how involved Stokes is as well.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he's Alex Lees is Durham's official vice captain for the county championship, but obviously England's test captain isn't a bad shoulder to lean on either. Lammonby leans forward into that one. I think it's Jimmy Hilditch and Matthew Potts doing a lap of the ground. They've stopped by Callum Parkinson. Maybe a bit of a friendly ribbing after the football results in recent weeks. I'm not sure Potts can really say much as a Sunderland fan.
No comment.
Defended. Again. Deficit still 67. I feel like we're going to be stating the obvious here, Sam, but it has to be to knock off these remaining runs to get Durham back out in the middle for Somerset.
Yeah, they just got to try and back time. You know, there's a lot of weather around tomorrow. Oh, I hate that phrase actually, because there's always weather around, but there's a lot of rain around. So that's got to be their hope, surely. Is bat as long as possible. They can bat the rest of today and then see.
Easier said than done, and slight hesitation. Bit of a cleaner pickup, sorry, and potentially chance, but they will get a single, and Lambie will retain the strike. Deficit now down to 66.
If they were to bat for the until today, I mean, it's a long way left. What have we got? 62 overs. They'd be well ahead anyway, you'd imagine. Otherwise, we'd be in for a dull afternoon.
Yeah.
Which I don't think we will be. This game's been high quality, highly entertaining. Raine's going to come around the wicket. Left-handed Lammonby on strike.
Ooh, bit of movement there. Bit of in swing. We are, of course, underway around the country after the lunch break. Hampshire batting themselves, hopefully, into a very strong position from their point of view. 212 for 1, leading by 85. Kent are not having a good time of it against Essex. Essex 474 for 6 in that game. Warwickshire 166 for 4 against Lancashire. And Worcestershire and Notts have had to wait a day to get on.
Pushed into the leg side, not quite where he meant it. Big arms thrown up in the air from the slip fielders. Peter Siddle does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Worcestershire and Notts have waited a day to get on. Hasifa Mead has called correctly at the toss. He says, we'll have a bowl, thanks. And Worcestershire, unfortunately for them, have been skittled for 80.
Yeah, it's not well shy of a batting bonus point, that. It's not great, that. They've waited all winter to play there, as you said. 80. Well, both teams have got a bat. Oh, Tom Lammonby's a tad tentative. Did I put too many syllables in there?
No, you're good. Tentative.
I think I put an extra "t" in there, you know.
We
I was tentative in saying the word, and as a result, I added tentative. He was tentative, and it nearly bounced back onto the stump.
Underway as well in Div 2. Gloucestershire 15 without loss, chasing after Derbyshire's 526. All out. Leicestershire 64 for 2, replying to 387 all out by Glamorgan. Sussex 401 for 5 in that game down at Lords against Middlesex, and Northamptonshire against Yorkshire 93 for 2. They trailed by 269. Who's gone big for? Of course, Cheteshwar Pujara. He started off on 91 overnight. He's made his way to 129 before he's got out. And John Simpson against his former team, 120, still going from 260. Balls, and he's got Finn Hudson-Prentice down at the non-striker's end.
Left alone by Tom Lammonby.
Yeah.
Now just having a look at that scorecard for Worcestershire. You're rattling through the games now. I like to digest them.
Well, I think we rattle through them first, then we can unpack.
Okay. Are we ready to unpack now? Have you got any?
Yes, we can go.
All right, I'm going to do the unpacking. I mean, it's probably not a road at New Road, given recent circumstances. If it's anything like this, it's a bowl first day. And if you've got an attack, it's Luke Fletcher, Dylan Pennington, Lyndon James, and Dane Patterson. I mean, that is testing, isn't it? There's no let up there. Raine comes wide, and that one just dies a little bit on Ollie Robinson. End of the over, 28 for 2. Dylan Pennington, though, he's who I want to talk about. 3 for 25 against his former club. I think he'll be in the test side. I really do.
There are rumblings of him being picked up.
Rumblings. I'm going to bang the Dylan
Bang the door down. Another one of those is down below us. Matthew Potts. I think safe to say from his point of view he's not quite had the success with the ball that he would have liked. But he has of course done it before in the Test arena. Which will stand him in good stead, and he's a fierce competitor. He won't like being left out today or for this game. This one's down the leg side, and Ollie Robinson's able to flex his muscles. Yeah, I think it's safe to say Potsy's not had the success with the ball that they would like. Does have the first century of his first-class career down at Warwickshire, but no doubt he'll be frustrated. Obviously, no workload needed this weekend, but he's a fierce competitor. Always been that way from starting at Washington all the way through, being picked up by the academy here and forcing his way through. This one jags in.
Can't believe he started his career playing US T20.
Do you want a slow clap?
Don't need any kind of warm-up back was better than me, it seems. What else did we have then? Let's have another look at those scores. Let's do a little bit more. Another deep dive. Hampshire commanding lead.
I think the only thing from that scorecard is maybe they're not scoring as quick as maybe some would expect. But I guess when you've got Somerset all out, not Somerset, when you've got Surrey all out for 127, bat once, bat long, bat big.
Yeah, and James Vince hasn't got out of the crease yet, has he?
Yeah, I think they were 79 overs done at lunch, so they'll now just be into that. I presume Surrey would have taken the second new ball.
Good news for, Durham. Surrey drop points for Essex.
Again, another one that jags back in and comfortable enough for Imi to turn away.
I'll tell you what, we are 28 minutes away, according to my 27 now, because that's how time works. It moves forward constantly. From Jofra Archer's England comeback. That'll be a wonderful moment, wasn't it? When
It's just great for him to even be named in squads again. You know, it's been so stop-start for him. Now he does well to jam the bat down. Yeah, it's been so stop-start for Jofra and Archer that everyone just wants to see him back. I did have the pleasure of grabbing a selfie with him down at Sussex last year as he was working his way back. I was on.
Weirdly, he said the same to me about you.
Yeah, it was very, very surreal. It's one of those. It is one of those pinch me moments where we are very lucky to be able to call this work. And being able, I had no idea that he was going to be around Sussex for part of. I didn't know he was going to be there that day for the rehab. End of the over, 29 for 2. I had no idea he was going to be there, and I just walked out to say hello to some of the Durham lads and get their thoughts and feelings on stuff. And I looked over towards the other end of the ground down at Hove. It's a very lovely. Have you been down to Sussex?
You know what? To my eternal shame, I haven't.
I would highly recommend.
I've heard very good things.
I would also highly recommend watching Ben Stokes bowl. It's a lovely experience.
Well, it's good news that, because coming on at the Finkel end is the number 38 for Durham. He's had his energy gel. He was out there bowling this morning. He put a good stint in. Ben Stokes works hard. There's no half measures. He might be playing county cricket, but he's been fully involved. Bowled for a good half hour this morning, when potentially, Durham could have batted for most of the day. Dave Bellingham was still in. He then went and had a net. He had to run back across because he was still netting and Durham were losing wickets. He could have stayed out there a bit longer, actually.
Ben Raine did him a solid.
3 slips, wait. Stokes is in. Effort ball early. Hamid is riding the bounce. Is he going to get a boundary? It's going to be chased hard.
Good
It's
work.
a great chase from Dave Beddingham, I think that is.
It's Graham Clark.
It's Graham Clark. Oh, and it was a floppy hat club, and I could see it was a single-digit number.
You had a 50% chance.
Yeah, I thought I saw a 5 flash. I got it wrong. Nice shot though from him. Bit of a loosener from Ben Stokes. He was brilliant in the first innings.
Yeah,
Ben
picking up
Stokes.
4 wickets. First game here in a couple of years in county championship cricket.
He'll be loving that.
But yeah, just to finish off on Hove, yeah, it's a lovely ground. I would highly recommend anyone who's not been down to Hove to take it in if you can. And yeah, I just looked over the other end of the ground where Sussex were warming up, and there was this guy bowling, and I thought I recognised the action, and I was like, no way, is that who I think it is?
Left alone by Lammonby.
There's no way that's who I think it is it? Took a bit of a closer look, and I actually studied it, and then yeah, it was Jofra Archer, and he was very kind enough to stop and have a photo, and yeah, it was a very good day for Durham that day as well. A new list day records went flying out the window.
Oh yeah, I remember reading about that.
David Beddingham, 100 off 51.
Was it 400 odd or something?
450, which is a new highest list day score for Durham in.
2 slips in a gully, way here. Driven,
Oh.
upish. Stokes sticks at hand, gets the teapot out. He just missed that. Lammonby checked the drive. Picks up a couple. He won't mind that too much though, Stokes. Or
No.
Maybe he will.
Yeah, he won't. Yeah, but yeah, list day records. I think Alex Lee set a new personal one for him. New highest list day score of 144. I want to say. Someone will fact check me. David Beddingham, new fastest list day century, beating Phil Mustard's record, or the Colonel as he's known up in these parts. That record went out the window.
Fuller, Stokes going for the Yorker. Doesn't quite get the length right. Lammonby turns it to Peter Siddle, who immediately begins work on the ball.
And then, yeah, 450 being a new Durham list day high score. Runs galore.
You on comms down there for that one?
It was indeed.
Oh, lovely.
It was a great day out.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, everyone. Durham had a little bit of a middle of the batting collapse, but then still recovered. I think it was Michael Jones and might have been Jonathan Bushnell at the end. Helped them get to 450.
Oh, it's gone in, edged and taught behind by Ollie Robinson. The change of bowling has worked. Ben Stokes strikes in his first over. Tom Lammonby tickles it behind to Ollie Robinson. It's the exact same dismissal as in the first innings for Lammonby. He made 22 that time when he got a slightly back of a length ball that he cut behind to Robinson. Stokes was coming over the wicket that time. This time he comes around. Lammonby makes 14. Somerset in real trouble here. Durham absolutely flying. 34 for free. Still 60 behind Somerset.
That's one will go down in the snorter category from
It's a beaut, wasn't it?
Ben Stokes. The second time this match that he's struck in his first over. Really good delivery, and this is what we talked about. This is what everyone's been dying to see out of Ben Stokes. They want to see him back bowling at full capacity, and he just makes stuff happen. He just does. He just has this knack of creating something out of nothing and bringing his side back into games. And he's only taken 5 balls here to pick up his first of the second innings. It brings him to 5 for the match, and with his 7 down at Blackpool, he's rapidly closing in on Ben Raine and Paul Coughlin. I think Ben Raine took more wickets in the first innings than Paul Coughlin. So Callum Parkinson, I think, still leads the club with 16 wickets so far, but Ben Raine and Ben Stokes are breathing down his neck.
It's good if you can get wickets from many different sources. That is the sign of a successful team. That's when championship winning teams are born. Maybe it's a year too early for Durham for a title challenge. I don't know. Not the way they performed here. Josh Davey is coming in at 5. Well, I think this is because Tom Banton's been off the field.
Yeah,
he
so
didn't field this
he has
morning.
to spend a similar amount. He has to spend a similar amount of time off the field as well, which means
I
he
will
can't.
check the exact rule.
Which means he can't come in. So Somerset promoting the lower order.
Well, Free slips wait for Davey, who leaves that one alone. Some people might be surprised that it's Davey that's coming, because you think, well, why not Rue, Gregory or Craig Overton? But actually, Somerset's philosophy, I think, this year, 34 for free, a warm round of applause for Ben Stokes, has not been it's been working, so let's make minimal changes possible, which is why Tom Abel's come in and opened the batting, because there will be people that say, well, why not move Lavrenby up, or why not move Hamid up? But they've both been doing very well where they are, so they want a minimal interference. So Josh Davey just slides in at 5, and he used to be an opening batter. One of the things that irks him is that he hasn't got a first-class 100. There would be no better time to get it than now. Like all of the Summers had the bowling attack, and all of the others had first-class 100. He was probably the best technical batter. Jack Brooks had a first-class 100, and Josh Davey, and Jack Brooks loved reminding him of it.
That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Whoa! Hell of a lot of movement off that delivery from Peter Siddle. We go down as buys. 4 of them. Siddle's been able to extract a fair bit of movement coming out of the lunch break. That one seemed to move rather violently off the seam, and we were talking about Jofra Archer just a short while ago, Sam. The wait is over. The wait is over. He has been picked. Pakistan have won the toss, and they've decided to field first. We're going to have to wait to see him bowl until England.
Send him out. Open the batting.
Siddle has got this ball hooping. He's got this ball moving around. If he can just get it in the right, if he can tighten up the line here, Davey and Andy Hamid are going to be in for a very testing period.
It would be fun. It would have been funny after all the hype. England just didn't pick him. Everyone's turned up.
That's effectively if we named Durham named Ben Stokes in the squad, and they're like, oh, he's not actually cracking the 11. Yeah, thanks, lads. Deficit 55. Alex Lees was debating with Peter Siddle, do you want a third slip? And I think Siddle has, for the moment, relented and sent Alex Lees back to short mid-wicket. Ben Raine, quite vocal. Quite vocal in his appreciation.
Why wouldn't you be? Durham absolutely flying here. It's pretty much, maybe apart from Miguel Pretorius' 50 and then those first couple of wickets of their innings and then the session this morning, it's largely gone their way.
Lovely. Back foot punch from Josh Davey, but good fielding will just keep it to a single.
And even those bits that had gone against Durham, they were going against them at a point where Somerset were coming from behind anyway. So, like, yes, Somerset had little hour periods where they were on top, but actually, maybe this morning you could argue when Bedingham goes early, you're thinking, all right, because the lead's still only 6 or 7, this could be an even game. And Peter Siddle and Ben Raine started batting.
Again, the movement from Siddle. Siddle's bowled well in this spell. He deserves another pole to his tally. And instead, Andy Hamid meets him with the full face of the bat and produces a lovely on drive for 4. Deficit now around 50 for Somerset, 40 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Andy Hamid. He's a lovely player to watch, really easy on the eye. Almost could do with one of those innings, the innings that he's, the tag that follows him around, that very, very slow 100 for Warwickshire. I think it took 392 balls or 392 minutes. It took a long, long time.
Can't quite remember.
Somerset wouldn't mind a little bit of that. I should remember because I've written about it recently. It was long. Strike rate of 28, I think he had.
Evidently, he's not heard of the term Bazball.
Well, this was before Bazball, and he was just playing the situation, and the situation requires that now. Needs someone to dig in for Somerset. Durham very much on the charge. Ben Stokes on the charge. 3 slips wait. Josh Davey edges, but it falls just short of Colin Ackerman. A genuine edge from Josh Davey
Genuine.
there. Genuine.
Genuine edge.
Genuine. Just falls short Colin Ackerman. Yeah, where's that from? Is it from a cricket game or something? Maybe just one of the things we said is club cricket playing up. Genuine.
Oh, Genuine. Pretty apt that Ian Botham has his own wine brand. Is obviously associated with Durham.
Associated with Somerset too. Lord both to you, sir.
Of course.
Those 3 slips, they're quite wide. First slip is a good, well, it's almost at a second slip really, first. Edged again, this time it is taken. Ben Stokes has his second wicket, pumps both fists. Colin Ackerman is very rarely going to drop those. It was snaffled low to his right. He got 2 hands to it, and Andy Hamid has to go. He's gone for 16. He played a lovely punch down the ground a little bit earlier on, a couple of balls ago against Peter Siddle, but he wanders off. That will be his last act of note. I have a feeling it might not be Ben Stokes' last act of note though, Rob.
No, Ben Stokes now picks up his 6th for the game. It's been a phenomenal start to this second innings for him, and I did mention how many times have we seen this? How many times have we seen this, mainly in an England shirt, of Ben Stokes coming in and making stuff happen? You look back to Headingley, that 15 over spell that he bowled, unchanged, to drag England back into contention after they were skittled for 67. World Cup final that same year. How many times have we seen Ben Stokes just make stuff happen, make batters, you know, he brought out the edge of the ball before that dropped just short of Ackerman from Josh Davey, and Andy Mead edges it this time, and Colin Ackerman's able to, as you say, snaffle it at second slip, a very comfortable height, and Durham, well, to be honest, they're eyeing up a 2-day finish at this rate. 45 for 4s. Somerset still 49 away from just to make Durham bat again, or get to parity.
Ooh, good use of the word parity.
Good, yeah, thank you. Good, just to get them to.
Thank you.
I do appreciate. Thank you. It's nice to have it recognised, but just to get them to parity and get them, and just to, you know, get some sort of foothold in the game. And Somerset are going to need James Rue to find some of that form that he had at the back end of last year, but it's not exactly an easy task going up against Ben Stokes in this form.
3 slips, wait again. The slips all have the head in the hands. It was a little bit of an inside edge from Rue, pushed it to mid-wicket, but James Rue, we saw his quality last year, made 100 last week against Kent after a leanish start to the season. If there's one man to make runs in front of, it's the bloke charging in.
Yeah, and there's arguably, you know, as much as we said the county circuit is a closed circuit and people know each other, he knows who's behind the stumps for Durham, and everyone knows that situation, so he would like to get some runs on the board.
Gets in behind that one. Plenty of vocal encouragement from
I'm
the
trying to think of a situation. Who would be going in as a 4th slip if Durham want to put one in there? My best guess would be Paul Coughlin, but Coughlin's been sent down to long leg, so that would be a long trek.
It surprises me that Beddingham doesn't field in there.
He fielded there at times last year. He also spent a lot of time under the lid. Graham Clark spent most of the time under the lid last year, but Beddingham has pulled some shifts in at short leg.
Really wide of the crease there, Ben Stokes. Turned into the leg side. Ben Stokes. I think it was just a little bit of bat, just a tiny bit of bat. He was ready to go up, I think. Had that crash into James Rue's pads. James Rue might have been walking off without looking for the second time in the match.
I'm quite glad I'm not in Josh Davies' shoes right now, having to face Ben Stokes when he seems like he's on a bit of a roll.
But you know what? Josh Davey will be delighted to be out there. The fact is, he'll be absolutely chomping at the bit to come out at 5. This is another opportunity for him. Not easy though. Last ball of the over.
A wicket and 2 singles. 46 for 4. Somerset behind the 8 ball. Durham very much in front.
Parity feels a long way away, doesn't it, Rob?
It does indeed for the Somerset. And ultimately, I think, you know, some of the dismissals have been, you could say, soft, but you think back to the toss, we got a glance at the pitch just before the toss, and it was a very clear whoever win the toss was going to put the opposition in. And unfortunately, Lewis Gregory didn't quite get the right call. And that's just sometimes, that is just how it goes.
Yeah, it can make a huge difference. Sometimes had the opposite. Lewis Gregory, well, in fact, Lewis Gregory lost the toss in his last game as well, but it was Daniel Bell-Drummond that made the wrong call.
Peter Siddle trying to keep that movement going, and I'm not sure. I don't think he'll be too disheartened that James Rear's got a single off that first ball. It does bring Josh Davey now into Siddle's eye line.
Tell you what, who was our listener earlier asking us not to reference the cup final?
Peter Blackwood, I think.
Oh, is it a 3 o'clock kickoff because of the?
It is indeed.
I was going to say, if it was the 5:30 that's been in recent years, he might have been all right, Peter.
Yeah. Do you know what, Sam? I don't think we've had a North East Premier League update yet.
No, actually. Do you want me to have a look?
If you would be so kind, as
Yeah.
Peter Siddle tries to tempt a drive out of Josh Davey, but these two experienced campaigners.
As you ask so beautifully.
Thank you. We'll get that going for you. And if you've got any funny club moments that go on throughout your games today, feel free to get in touch with us, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, at RobRush02, and at Sam J. Dalling on the platform formerly known as Twitter. Oh, the funnier the better. The funnier the better. Everyone loves a bit of club cricket stories. Ooh! Josh Davey doesn't love that.
Well, Ashington are in a spot of bother. They're playing Sunderland, hosting Sunderland. They are 135 for 8. Who's picking up the wickets there? There he is. The Durham man, George Drizzle from Brizzle, formerly of Somerset. 9 overs. Interestingly, no maidens, given he's got 4 for 24 from his 9.
Yeah, I think he'll quite happily glance over the fact that that maidens column has a 0 in it, and he'll take a look at the wickets. I'll take that.
It's been a tough few weeks for Ashington. Did I see a Mark Wood video on Twitter?
Yes, they unfortunately got they were victim of a burglary, I think, a few weeks ago. A very senseless burglary, and lots of stuff stolen from the club. And obviously, it's a proud club. Mark Wood, I believe Steve Hamilton's got ties to Ashington as well, and it's one of the cornerstones of the club cricket scene up here.
Well, he has got ties because his brother Ben is playing. He's made 8.
I think his son is involved with Ashington as well. Siddle's involved in this battle against Josh Davey.
Yeah, I was about to ask. James Harmison is presumably related to, is he Steve's son or Ben's son?
I would take a guess at being Steve's son.
Steve's a bit older, isn't
he? Yeah. I'm just trying to remember. I've spent a bit of time around Steve because he does some stuff for TalkSport, obviously.
I know how efficient Sam Blacklock is. If I check my phone in about 30 seconds, I reckon it'll be on there, won't it?
I spent a bit of time around Steve, and I did he'd finished a stint early to get on the train back up so that he could watch his son play the next day. Oh, big movement, but probably too much. But Peter Siddle has got this Duke's ball hooping round corners. Just a single off the first ball and 5 dots, and he's come out after lunch and in a very sprightly mood. 47 for 4.
Oh, there's a name. Right, Tynemouth are playing. And I was just thinking, Newcastle United are in Australia, so there's no chance. But actually, Tynemouth are currently batting. And we're not
I think I know what's coming here.
We're not allowed to tell Eddie Howe this. so please. Hopefully Eddie Howe's on a flight, so he can't hear this. I doubt he's listening. But time out for 176 for 5. As Ben Stokes is continuing from the Finkel end around the wicket. Oh, big shout. I think it's sliding down leg side. It wasn't really a big shout. They all just sort of went up and had this. They basically, everyone out there did exactly the same as me.
I think it's the unwritten rule, isn't it? As soon as you see, it's the unwritten rule. As soon as you see the ball go anywhere near the pads, you might as well go up for it.
Now, so yeah, 5 down. A certain Sean Longstaff is in the Tynemouth side. I don't know if I meant to say that. But then there's not much. What can I do? He's on the scorecard. It's not like they could have given him a.
It's out of season as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that cuts the mustard with footballers anymore. I might get down there if this game finishes early. Driven into the offside, straight to Bedingham. Opening bowler is exactly what you'd imagine Sean Longstaff. A 10 overs, 2 for 30 kind of bowler. He's probably the most famous player. It's been the game between Burnetfield and Burnmore has been abandoned.
Oh, that would explain why Ben. I've seen obviously Ben McKinney doing 12. That would explain why Ben's not in action for Burnetfield. I think Mitch Clean would have been in action for Burnmore as well.
Ash Thorpe's going to be a happy man right now.
Happy coach.
Happy coach. 3 slips weight. Driven nicely by James Root. Gets in the gap between extra cover and point. Dave Bedingham loses a floppy hat in the chase. And they pick up a couple. Because Castle Eden have been bowled out for the paltry sum
76
of 82.
Ah.
Who's in the wickets? Mark Watson, Josh Wilson, and Sebastian Hughes Pinnon.
Sebastian Hughes Pinnon is in the Durham Academy. He's in and around the Durham Academy setup.
No sign of the carnage to come though, because both opening bowlers, well, they only took 1 wicket between them, the 2 openers. And Ash Thorpe, we're saying, is not in the side, coaching role only. Turned in to the leg side for a single. I've just opened. Realised the umpire is an N. McKinney. Is that a relationship? Relation of? Don't know.
Could not say. Couldn't say, Sam.
Somerset 50 is up. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 4 wickets.
Effectively, it's a
minus 41 for 4. Yeah, it doesn't sound any better when you sit there. It's minus 44 for 4. It doesn't sound any better when you flip it around. Tyndale 161 for 5. They're still batting against Felling. Edward Foreman top scoring so far with 46. Ewan Ayrton Stevenson with 43. Driven, and they take a single just to the left of Callum Parkinson. So everyone's got in. It's one of those innings for Tyndale where they've got 46, 28, 24, 43. Everyone's had starts. No one's kicked.
Speaking of people getting in, I'll make way at the end of the over, and Ben can jump in or back alongside you, Sam.
Well, make sure if Ryan Campbell does come on that you come on with him. You must be on for a stint with him.
I will do my best.
You just give me that Ash Thorpe tap on.
I'm Ash Thorpe's proxy today. Final ball of the over is defended by Ben Stokes. 51 for 4, still 43 in arrears. And I will leave you in the very capable hands and voices of Sam and Ben.
And the heroic Ben Stokes defending off his own bowling. Don't you worry. Don't you overthink that. I've done that a million times today. I enjoyed it. 179. No. 179 for 7. South North. South North are good, aren't they? They're one of the top sides. It's where Durham play a few list day games as well. They played Somerset there last year, didn't they? Lovely. Love a bit of outground cricket. Ben's back alongside me.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sam. Good afternoon, everyone.
They just decided to take Peter Siddle off because we can't have too many Aussies in the action at once.
But it is the capable bowling hands of Paul Coughlin. He's going to start from the Lumley end. Oof, right on the money, first ball as well. Full length to Davey. It's been some sessions so far since the start of after lunch. Siddle back in fine form. Stokes with 2 wickets off his 3 over spell already. He looks like he's really getting some form with the ball. Just needs to figure it out with the bat now.
He makes stuff happen, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Not it. It's not an it.
There is the loose snap from Coughlin. The first one was just a bit too good. But within bounds and no run. Two slips and a galley as well for Coughlin. Wave and a miss, and Davey walks out of his ground with a visible shrug of the shoulders, saying, well, what am I supposed to do with that? That was a beauty of a delivery.
Yeah, it's about as far detached from the loosener he jumped down the previous ball.
He's gone money loosener, a wave and a miss.
It's a plan, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's a plan.
He breaks the streak, and that one was a little straighter as well. Applause from the man. And the man in it slips. Borthwick at first. That's Ackerman at second as well. As the clouds have firmly covered over. It's a bit of a departure from the bright sunshine that we had this morning, but it's almost suited the Durham bowlers at the moment. The conditions out there have been beneficial for them. Draws the pull shot. That's nicely timed from Davey. That'll run away. And it's a much-needed boundary and a much-needed bit of confidence as well for Josh Davey with his sudden promotion up the Somerset order this afternoon.
Yeah, he'll have enjoyed that, as I said. Proper batter. Certainly rates himself as a proper batter. And is a proper batter. Shapes up really nicely. He'll enjoy coming in against the slightly harder ball. Bit of a challenge. It really is a challenge. Not many more difficult situations really to come in.
Here is Coughlin coming in. Last of the over. And it's a leave. Confidently. Just the 4 off it. The boundary from Josh Davey. Still got some work to do, the pair of them though. 55 for 4. Still trail by 39 runs.
38 runs to parity. I like that from Rob Rush.
It's a great word, isn't it? Parity.
The thing is, it would feel like, yes, it would be parity sort of, but whenever they get there, if they get there, it won't be parity really. Because they're going to be at least 4 down Somerset by the time they reach parity. So parity of score, if not parity of wider circumstance. I've probably used the word parity too much in that minute. Ben Stokes, ball in hand. Ooh, that's another one of those that James Rew just clips nicely enough. Gets the middle of the bat. But he was right in front. Gets a single. Josh Davey back onto strike. I love watching Ben Stokes. So we're right behind him here when he's coming around the wicket. And he comes in, and he's very straight front on. And just at the last second, he almost just like it's like he's sidestepping someone, isn't it? I love his action.
It's a lovely little kind of swerving motion, but he gets behind himself so well. And obviously we've been seeing it since this is, what, the 3rd consecutive innings that he's bowled now, if we're taking into account the Lancashire game.
Slightly shorter one. Davey plays it well. And again, so he comes to reverse there, Stokes. He just whips it. It's like a mini Dan Worrell. You know, Dan Worrell runs around that tree in his garden. Ben Stokes, it's like he's just sidestepping a little. I like to think of it as a, I don't know, maybe a little badger just pops, or a fox pops out. Ben Stokes just.
It's like an F1 car, sort of navigating a chicane or, or something like that at high speed.
It's just so smooth. Good shapes from Davey there. Did he jam his finger? He just hopped away there a second, Davey. Maybe he was just stopping himself falling over on the pitch.
I think it's one of those, as Rob was describing with Jofra Archer earlier, the pinch me moments of I'm batting against the England Test captain here, and he's steaming in at a rate of knots, 3.3 overs down, 2 for 12. He's has been touched on many a time. He is giving this his all.
that's a beauty. Just shaped back in, moved away. I think benefit of the doubt to Josh Davey, who just moved his bat out of the way of that one. A lot of batters not good enough to get a bat on that one. Ben Stokes, 2 for 12, off 3.4.
What's going on in some of the
Ooh,
other
tense.
games in the County Championship? We'll let Stokes bowl this one.
There's a lot of games as well, everyone's playing. Tries to tuck it off his hip. Josh Davey, he's just crashed into the 5-pad. They pick up a run, do your leg by.
Essex are really striding forwards at the moment. 575 for 6 they are at the moment on day 2 against Kent.
Tell you what, that Surrey result potentially, even if they don't win, even if it's a draw, if Essex can get a victory, Durham could get the victory that looks like they're going to get. Might have a title race after all. Around the wicket, Stokes. Just navigates around that little fox that shoots out. End of the over. 21 gone. Somerset at 57 for 4.
What's going on elsewhere? That Surrey result at the moment, it's obviously Surrey all bowled out for 127 and Hampshire 234 for 1 at the moment. Who's...
Hang on a minute.
Ooh.
Let's go back. Have you seen the scorecard at Essex? I know you've seen the score.
Let's have a dive, shall we? As Coughlin charges into bowl, 2 slips. Catch gone! Coughlin with a breakthrough in his second of work. Davey is the man that has to go. Again, similar to Tom Abel, that never really seemed fit and played in. And Somerset are now 5 down for 57 runs. This is going all to plan for the hosts.
Yeah, absolute beauty from Coughlin there. Josh Davey, far, far better batters than that would also, and he's a decent player by the way, but would also get out to that delivery. He had to play at it. The line was such that he had to play at it, Josh Davey. I think that might be the ball of the day.
It's a lovely delivery, isn't it?
It is. It's just absolute perfection. As a seam bowler, I'm going to call that the ball of the day.
I think I might be a little bit biased in calling the Siddle bowling the ball of the day, because that is an absolute beaut from a man that's almost at 40 years old.
You're discriminating on the grounds of age there.
If anything, it's a testament to the amount of work that he continues to put in.
I can safely say that both deliveries were quite brilliant.
Amazing, yeah. Brilliant balls.
Now I think this is Lewis Gregory, so still no sign of
that'd
Tom
be
Bantam.
that'd be the man who would be eligible, I suppose, or set to come in here at 7 if the first innings order is anything to go by. We can quickly touch back on that Essex scorecard at the moment. Jordan Cox with a double 100.
He's catching Dave Bedingham.
Make that 206 now as well, as the 142nd concludes. 589 for 6.
Do you know why the number 206 is significant in the northeast?
No.
It's the number of goals Alan Shearer scored for Newcastle United.
Ah, there we go. So you were correct, Sam Dowling. It is Lewis Gregory, the captain for Somerset, that's been brought in to bat.
He also was off the field for a little bit this morning, because that's what we saw Shane Berger.
Yes, yeah.
So Josh Davey wasn't very well last week, and I think Tom Banton said to me before the game he'd been under the weather a little bit. So maybe there's something going around.
Ooh, feathered at that one. Lewis Gregory. Coughlin, that wicket gave him the confidence as well, and he looked confident in that first over as well. We said it was first ball, straight away, full length, bang. The second one, okay, a little loose, but still no run. And then the third one, just straight on it. Again, just narrowly missing an edge. That one almost found Gregory and would have had Coughlin running away celebrating. 3 slips in. Yorks him. And yorks him well. No run down to Silliman on. As it was fielded. That Hampshire card, by the way, Nick Gubbins is 9 runs away from 100. Well, defended late there by Gregory. Recent father as well is Nick Gubbins.
Yeah. Nice guy, Nick Gubbins. Scored all those runs back in 2016 as Middlesex won the championship. 2016, 2015, 16. Then he went a little bit lean for a couple of years, moved to Hampshire. And didn't enjoy the best of starts there either. Did okay, but he's come into his own again the last year and a half. Nice to see.
Ooh. That is another brilliant line and length from Paul Coughlin. It's been given as a run from Gregory, so he's managed to get a little bit of bat on it. And warm applause for a very, very good over. Just the 1 run from it, and of course the wicket of Josh Davey to start off. 58 for 5. Somerset still trail by 36 runs.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory's been in decent nick for Somerset this year. Well, for a number of years, but this year in particular. Captaincy, that extra bit of responsibility. 77 against Kent. 80 and 50 against Surrey. He's had some scores. He'll need another one here. If Somerset really... I mean, what can they do? They're just prolonging the game, it feels like, at the moment. 3 slips. Stokes, that's a nice shot from Lewis Gregory. Nice shape. A good bit of fielding as well.
Yeah, it sounds harsh to say, but it's true, really, when you're looking at the outlook of this game and when the wickets have fallen, how they've fallen as well. None of the batsmen played themselves in to the level that you'd need from the attack that's coming their way. Raine's bowling brilliantly, Siddle's bowling brilliantly, obviously Stokes. We've said and waxed lyrical about what Ben Stokes has been doing since rejoining Durham.
See, that one doesn't get up. Doesn't get up at all. It was back of a length. It's gone through to Wally Robinson on the bounce. Did well to stop it. Umpire, I think it's not Jack Shantry at this end, I don't think. Completely blanked on who the other umpire is.
Yeah,
I heard his name yesterday as well. Peter Hartley. Peter Hartley. Sorry, Peter.
If he wasn't before, he is now.
It's another good blank. Good line from Ben Stokes. Lewis Gregory plays down the inside of it. Lets it go through. That one a little bit more carry. Not masses though. Ball 22.5 overs old, if my eyesight does not deceive me. Yep,
22.3. So minimum of 52.3 overs remaining, but...
Well, you say that.
Yeah.
Just a single, that'll be Dave Beddingham. Does the fielding. 2 right-handers, so no, there's not. James Roof's still out there, ignore that completely. Right hand, left hand, so everyone scrambles around. Durham firmly on top here. Decent crowd in.
Very good little crowd in, actually, from both camps of supporters as well. Obviously, from an England and neutral point of view, they'll just be happy to see the England Test captain bowling to his full capacity.
It's magic, isn't it? What a privilege to watch this. Short ball pulled by James Root. Happy to take it on, even with a deep square leg and a fine leg. Just didn't quite get hold of it, almost feathered it, gloved it into the ground. Picks up a single though. Yeah, what a joy, what a privilege. I talk a lot about the quality of the county championship, and to get this opportunity. This is quite a rare opportunity to sit here behind Ben Stokes and watch him go about his business.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's the first time I think I've seen him bowl up close. I've not had the privilege, not had the capability to go to match live cricket. I'll be honest, but games that I have been able to go to have been pretty special, and this is one of them.
Have you done any cricket commentary before?
No.
See, I know I've asked you that, and I did know the answer. And the reason I've asked it because you'd never tell.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that. I hope that's come across well as well for everybody that's been tuning in to the coverage. That's been fantastic. Actually, I was watching it yesterday to make sure that I was completely up to date with the state of play coming into the game. And
You've come prepared. I like that. So people can't see. We haven't got the commentary box cam this week. I'm sure we will in future. But scoring, I love it. Very impeccable scoring. Toby did his research yesterday as well. Left alone outside, off stump. Toby too was on. Would you say debut in your Australian?
Debut, yeah.
Debut.
Yeah.
I like it. It's much better than debut. On debut. But you wouldn't then say debutantes, would you? Would you say debutantes?
Debutant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Debutant, not debut. We should call it. I think it should be debutant. If you say debut, surely you got to be debutant.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Coughlin bowls in. It's defended down by Gregory. It's like the old argument is the what is it? You mow the grass, and then you go on grass, or you have a bath, but you're gonna
but that.
And the bath, you know what I mean?
But that's a dialect thing. That's up north. So it's grass and bath and basketball up here.
Yeah.
It's basketball and bath and bath. Bath.
Coughlin wanting to send Gregory for an early bath, but the drive straight to Beddingham.
Bath.
See, that's the thing though, is that obviously with my accent, I say
both. Yeah.
I say both. I know I've been at university for the past couple of years, and one of the people that I've lived with is a guy called Dan Milton.
A little
is
shout out to
based
Dan. Nice. You promised him that, didn't you?
No, that was completely off the cuff in all honesty. But he lives down in Royal Tunbridge Wells, and he says both. As Coughlin bowls. Oh! Huge appeal. The umpire stays stalwart, and it's hands on heads from Coughlin and Scott Borthwick.
I thought it hit the stumps for a second.
That's what I thought they were appealing for.
I was looking for a bail. Lewis Gregory's not a tall man. I know it's hit him high on the pad. And the thing that's saved in there is height, I think. And Jack Chantry... I'm trying to work out how to phrase this. Some LBWs, the ball's still got a long way to travel by the time the impact is with the pad. That wasn't. That ball was nearly on the stumps by the time it's hit Lewis Gregory.
That one well left.
And so maybe Jack Chantry's thought process is, when he was on the back foot, he's probably, half a foot from the stumps, and he's flicked the top of the pad, so actually I can see it's going up and over.
Yeah.
Close. It's close, that. I reckon if that gets given, and Lewis Gregory went
it's an umpire's
DRS,
call.
it's an umpire's call. That.
It would definitely be an orange label on the electronic review system if it was. But unfortunately for Durham, fortunately for the Somerset skipper, he still bats and almost feathered down the leg side there as well. A testing over, a good over. It's a maiden for Paul Coughlin, the first maiden of this innings since the 13th.
So I wasn't that far. I'm just reading back through the comments. Fluffy, 206 is also the number of sheep a good shearer can shear in a day. I reckon actually, Fluffy, you've undersold a good shearer there. I think that would be an average shearer. I think a good shearer could get through more than 206 sheep in a day.
You reckon?
Whether there's enough sheep in the flock to do that. But I think actually, Fluffy, you're talking nonsense there.
Is this the woodchuck argument?
I'm not even going to try and say that.
How loose are you for your commentary to start going the tongue twisters out?
Not loose enough. You heard me say tentative. Stokes around the wicket. The James Root, who's defending on the back foot. For those of you, there's a few of you asking why Tom Banton isn't batting yet. Carded to come in at 5. He was off the field this morning, not able to take the field. He's been a little bit under the weather, so Shoaib Bashir was out there sub-fielding for him. So I'm not sure if I'm trying to get clarification from the scorers. I'm not sure we're in the realms of he can't bat, as in he's not allowed, or he can't bat, as in he's not feeling up to it. Ooh, little outside edge, but it goes along the ground. One bounce to Colin Ackerman at second slip. Round of applause from Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, that's a dangerous ball in this point of the over as well, because that, if memory serves me correctly, was the precursor to the second Stokes wicket that Ackerman caught. It was just that little feather into the slip cordon with a bounce, and then I think 2 or 3 balls later it carried to second slip and Annie Mead was walking. So
good line, left alone though by James Rue, who markedly puts his back inside his crease and waits before going to do a little bit of gardening.
it's another great word, markedly.
Yeah,
I like that one. Quick check-in on another County Championship Division 1 game where Wicket has not soon fallen for Warwickshire. 211 for 6. They are now. Burgess gone for 24 LBW.
The England game would have started as well. Should probably keep people updated on
Yes, 34 for 1. Wicket has fallen for England.
that. Joss or Phil Salt out?
Let's have a look. It's Phil Salt.
Essex have declared 591 for 7, so Jordan Cox won't surpass Dave Bedingham for the time being. Well, he's actually just got out, which is what's caused them to declare. Left alone by James Rue. James Rue, I suspect, here will go back to the methods that were tried and trusted last year and reaped so many rewards. Just happy to bat long, long periods of time, James Rue, as we see a little bit of warming up from Peter Siddle. I think that is it. Mid-on, wearing his usual 64 number. Coughlin 23 at mid-off. Fuller gets the outside edge. Ben Stokes has free. James Rue just waited for the decision. Just a little tickle. As Ben was saying, the precursor was the outside edge that just fell short of slip a little bit earlier on. And Yamid fell a couple of balls later. Well, this time it's happened to James Rue. Little feather behind. Things happen when Ben Stokes plays cricket. Ollie Robinson has another catch. I don't know why I got so excited and clapped my hands as I said that, but I did. Somerset 61 for 6. Wicket maiden for Ben Stokes. Look at that. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 14 from him. Absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, dismissal was a little bit different, obviously, as we alluded to, but it was still the same result. It was still that little edge, just probing and probing away, and eventually got one straighter and left the bat out there just a little bit too long, I should say, for James Rue. He has to depart. It brings the tail orders in as well now. And we were saying about whether this will be a 2-day affair. Well, starting to look even more reasonable to follow that train of thought.
There he is. The great man has just walked into the back of the room. Mr. Robert Rush. He'll be delighted. He'll be delighted that Jordan Cox is out because he wants to see Dave Bedingham top of those run scorers. So Craig Overton, the unmistakable figure, heads out. So still no Tom Banton. Overton in 8. That was the end of the over. 25 gone. 61 for 6, Somerset. I was saying, Rob, 33 from parity still, or 32 from parity. But it wouldn't really be parity, would it? Like, it kind of would, but it wouldn't feel... WinViz wouldn't be saying 50-50 at that point, let's put it that way.
Coughlin goes forward. Gregory managed to feather it past the gap between slip and gully. Manages to find the third run. will bring Overton up to the crease to file his first ball of the innings. Went for naught in the first innings, was bowled by Peter Siddle. So if you can survive the what was a golden duck last innings. Big shouts. Not given. It was a hinting of bat. Because we weren't quite sure initially what the appeal was for. No. Overton in, 3 slips. Oof. Thick bottom edge. Manages to get it the right way travelling as opposed to chopping it back onto his stumps. Feels kind of repetitive to say that it's a nervy time for Somerset because it has been pretty much the entire way through with the bat with how this game has gone.
Hey, look, but you've got to give Durham credit, they bowled beautifully. No, Somerset have had a very good season with the bat, and it just shows how good an attack this Durham one is.
Yeah, especially if you go through, I mean, if you go through before a ball was bowled here, Lammonby with an average of 51, Renshaw with 44.7, Bantam 42.44, Omid with a 54 average in the championship this season. As in comes Coughlin again. 2 to come. Shot. Lovely shot from Craig Overton. Just rock back, little lofted pull, and Overton finds the boundary rope. Much needed runs for Somerset, who trail by 28.
Craig Overton can play the bat all the way down. These two have scored plenty of runs between them over the years. Yeah. So some days you just turn up, the toss goes against you. You come against a brilliant attack against Ben Stokes, absolutely fit and firing. Just doesn't quite go your way. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. When you look at those players, they're all making hundreds in recent weeks. Lammonby, Banton, Rue. They'll need to regroup.
Big shout from the cordon. Coughlin not as animated with his appeal. Overton manages to get through and navigate the first. Just 5 runs off it. Somerset 66 for 6. Trail by 28.
Rolls off the tongue there. I'm just going to do one more over of Ben Stokes, then Rob Rush is going to come back in. Might be my last action of the day. Somerset will be hoping not. They're a better side than the scorecard showing at the moment. Durham have just been relentless. That pressure is unwavering. Dave Beddingham. I mean, look at the scores in the match. Dave Beddingham, 101. Next nearest, Pretorius, 53, who had a different methodology.
And Robinson and Raine tied on 46.
Banton's 36 in the first innings, although they're missing him. Like, he's a super player. He's found his way in 4-day cricket this year in particular. Been brilliant. Batted well in that first innings. Was down the leg side, half a shout of catch it. Stokes with his tail up though. His tail up, can you say that? I don't know. We can say it. I don't really know what it means. What's the animal that's referencing then? Squirrel?
I think it's more just sort of a head down, tail up, darting in pursuit. You know, knows where he's going and he's getting there quickly.
I like that. I'll take that. It was convincing enough for me to take this gospel, Ben. Ooh, we've seen a couple that Ollie Robinson has had to take in the long barrier. That one, Ollie Robinson has just had to reach above him. 7 for 68 are Ben Stokes' match figures so far.
Wow. It's quite shocking to think that's 2 away from the entire run total of this innings currently.
21.2 overs. He's already Durham's second leading wicket taker of the current season. Just a little push from Lewis Gregory. Draws the bat away. And what's he into? I mean, he bowls serious spells. I mean, this is his 7th over, Ben Stokes. And now he's taken 3 wickets.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, his first of 2 spells in the first innings was 8 overs. Then, if I have a little look back from Lancashire last week, he did a good 9 overs towards the end of the second Lancashire innings.
Oh, that's a beauty. Not many batters good enough to lay a bat on that. Lewis Gregory just stands, hand on hips, and looks back appreciatively and nods. I love his mannerisms, Lewis Gregory. He's one of those players, like, he's super relaxed, super chilled, in a way that is very good, very positive for the team. And it doesn't let anything fluster him.
I was watching Ben Stokes with him having his hands on his head. Every single ball, he's almost sort of sour with himself that he's not got that batsman walking, whether it's a single, a dot ball, or the 4.
Holds himself to high standards, doesn't he, that man? Oh, a little push at that one. Lewis Gregory shakes the head and annoyed it himself. This is beautiful from Ben Stokes. 5 dots to start the over. Can he join them? Can he end it with a W? Yeah, Rob Rush is just saying behind me that something's happening here. It feels that way, doesn't it, Rob? It feels that way. Rob Rush has called it.
He's calling a shot. I like this.
Does he bowl the Yorker? Does he bowl the in-swinger, having moved him away from Lewis Gregory? Lewis Gregory, a master of that himself, so he'll be thinking about that. He'll know what's coming. Gregory likes to set batters up. Away swinger, in-swinger. Now one's an in-swinger away. Gregory does well to leave it alone. He survives the over. 66 for 6 is the score. Somerset trail by 28, and Rob Rush is going to come back in alongside Ben.
Fantastic over yet again there from Ben Stokes. Back-to-back maiden, a wicket to conjoin the two as well. While there's a quick change, we'll have a little bit of a run through the rest of Division 2. Gloucester 44 for 2 at the moment against Derbyshire after they posted 526 all out at their first innings. Leicestershire 121 for 3. So that's Glamorgan's 387 all out. Sussex still 473 for 6 in their innings as Coughlin charges in. Pushes forwards. There will be 1 run there for Overton. Just change the strike for now. And in the final game in Division 2, Northants 134 for 4 in reply to Yorkshire's 362. In the England game, though, in Birmingham, 67 for 1 at the moment. Another good ball, good block from Lewis Gregory that time. Joss Battler on 32. And Jack's on 23 at the moment in Birmingham. Welcome back to Mr. Rob Rush.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, it's honestly, it's just a privilege to be able to be this close and watch Ben Stokes bowlers and Paul Coughlin. Let's not detract from how he's bowling as well. He's bowling a really solid stint, backing up, putting that pressure on, and that's what every side wants. You want bowlers that can bowl in tandem and apply that pressure. We saw Jake Ball and Craig Overton do it yesterday, late on, picking up Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark, and Ben Stokes in relatively quick succession. It is that joint pressure of can both of your bowlers restrict that run rate? Can you build up dot balls? Can you build maidens? And then eventually something will give. And I kind of just watching it from off the mic there, just felt like something was gapping that final ball. The way Stokes had set it all up.
Another good delivery in there from Coughlin, just managing to shape in on to Gregory. Yeah, it's the only real way I think that you can describe this this matchup so far, is that it has just been a pleasure. It has been Durham firing on all cylinders from top to bottom with bat and ball. Obviously, we can't forget the importance of the cameo that was made from Siddle and Raine towards the end and the latter stages of this morning. It was a really, really necessary partnership from the two tail enders to give themselves some room.
Hampshire have just lost a wicket in their game. Toby Albert's gone. First appearance of the season, he's got 114. It's not a bad way
It's not a bad knock.
Not a bad knock to announce himself to the selection as Hampshire now 252 for 2, setting themselves up for a big score down at Utility Bowl.
Notts have half the deficit as well against Worcester. Seeing their first innings 40th without loss at the moment.
Yeah, they're going slightly better than they were. That one keeps low down into the ground, fortunately for Gregory, but this ball is talking, and for Somerset it's not talking nicely to them.
67 for 6, just the one run off that over, and like you said there, this is speaking the language of angels at the moment for Durham. We are up in the north.
Very good. Yep, well, we have said it multiple times on the stream. How many does Ben Stokes bowl? I think we've all learned by now. He will know. He will let you know when he's done, and he's not done yet. And why would you take the ball out of his hands at this point? Yes, it's a long spell, but he has got this ball working. Craig Overton is the batter he has in, and those slips are moving ever closer, trying to take those catching opportunities. 3 for 14 from his 7 so far. We said about David Bedingham that sometimes words don't need to be, the greatest compliment can be just letting everyone speak for him, and he's Ben Stokes. Like, and all I can really say is Ben Stokes, and
Yeah.
it's just lovely to see him back fit and back bowling. That's what everyone can agree on. It's just lovely to see him back, and looks really natural, really fit. It's good signs. The only slight concern that Durham will have, and it is only a slight one, but they haven't really made up the over rate. They were -3 on the overs when they started this morning, and they have been now going for just under 29 overs, and they've only brought one of them back in, so they might have to turn to Callum Parkinson soon to try and get that over rate, because that would take the sting out of the win if they then got docked a few points for a slow over rate. It's what you want to avoid. Overton attempts to send Ben Stokes into the Daffabet stand, but doesn't quite connect with all of it. Ben McKinney is out there on the field. David Bedingham has just taken a temporary absence.
Yeah, it was a strange little stroke there from Overton. Almost
I think
like
he's expecting it to ride up a bit more, but
Yeah.
it just hasn't, and it's more on the toe end. Not the best start for Kent. Zach Crawley has gone for just 16, but Sam Cook has got so many great batters out. Crawley won't be the last.
put on quite a big score last week, if memory
Well, he
serves
got
me
a
correctly.
golden duck in the first innings, and he got a double hundred in the
Double tan,
second. I think that encapsulates Zach Crawley. Flicked. Parkinson will cut off just the one.
Applause for the fielding work there as well.
I think the only thing is, as well, is that we were having this debate upstairs, is that would you really want to take the ball out of Stokes, Coughlin, Raine, Siddle's hands? Because they have got it moving. Would you want to take it out of their hands?
Yeah, it's a big strategical risk to play there when you've got your quicks bowling so well.
Edged and gone! Ben Stokes, 4th of the innings, 8th for the match. Craig Overton is no match for that delivery, and Somerset are sinking without trace. Still 25 behind to make Durham, well, just to get level, and then they have to get another one to make Durham bat again. Spoken about it, we've spoken about it, and we've spoken about it. Make no mistake, Ben Stokes is back.
Yeah, and it was the exact same, it was pretty much the exact same dismissal as Andy Amid as well, just feathering, finds that outside edge. You said about the slips that were sort of creeping a little bit further forwards. I think that was slightly in response to the 2 half chances that didn't quite carry to the court, and they'd just come up to one bounce to the likes of Ackerman and Bedingham that might have slipped in there as well. This time it will carry. And Ben Stokes, gee, this is a man in form and a man back on fire.
Who's next out for Somerset? There is obviously a slight rejigging. Tom Banton hasn't come out yet, and it's Jack Leach who's now joining Lewis Gregory. Will we even see Tom Banton bat? I'm not entirely sure. But Ben Stokes is eyeing up 5 for in consecutive weeks. Picked up 5 in that second innings away at Lancashire. He's now got
five for 98. He was in that Lancashire second innings, 20 overs.
barking orders to Graham Clark.
Yeah, he's trying to wheel him a little bit further round, wheel everyone a little bit further round.
Last ball of Stokes' 8th over. Leach is up to it. 69 for 7. Somerset in deep trouble.
Rapturous applause yet again for the work of the England Test captain. As we've said time and time again, it's just been a joy to watch from both ends and both persuasions from Somerset and from Durham. Part of what attracted such the voracious crowd at Blackpool as well in terms of their numbers, to see Ben Stokes back in a county cricket uniform. See, Nathan Lyon was bowling there as well that weekend to add a little bit more zest to the mix. The Stokes-Lyon battle, bringing flashbacks of Ashes series gone by. As Coughlin will resume from the Lumley. It's another good ball to Gregory for no run. Have to mention as well here at this point in that game during the Lancashire matchup, good friend of mine Tyler was working on that game and said that as soon as Stokes went up to bowl, you could hear a pin drop.
It's just what he does. It's just what a character he is. Does everyone just wants to witness such a great player in action? It's the anticipation.
So Leach being brought back on strike now after that single from Gregory, and immediately the slips cordon fills up a little bit more. Got 3 slips in, mid on, mid off, point. And, Coughlin bowls. What would the strategy possibly be now for these batsmen and the rest of the tail orders as they come? And obviously Bantam potentially still a batting option with.
I would
on the positive, on the optimistic.
I would doubt it though.
Yeah,
I would doubt it now. If he's not come out to bat now, I would doubt that he gets sent out now. It's time. That's the only thing Somerset can do. Good decision there from Leach, but the only thing that Somerset now have is time. How long can you take this innings? How long can you stay out there and provide the resistance? That's all that's really they can do. It's going to take something absolutely stunning to flip this game on its head, and they haven't looked like they're going to do it. So it's just time. Which is an awful position to be in.
There is that outside edge that's just not carried into the hands of the captain Borthwick with a bounce. Well, this is the thing as well, is that they're 24 down still in terms of the run count to bring the game back into scoreboard parity. Whether that's, as we've discussed, match parity is up for debate and discussion, but to bring the scores level. Still, what, 3:15, so Still a little away from
Lovely
tee.
drive.
That's a nice shot from Jack Leach. Good way to get himself off the mark.
And that just typifies Ben Stokes. He's just bowled 8 overs on the trot and he's still chasing down. Takes me back to, I think it might have been in a test match where he was bowling and they had a very funky field, so there was no mid-on and mid-off, so he had to, so a shot was played back down the ground and he had to set off after it of his own bowling and just about pulled it up inside the rope.
Did run the 3 from it though, so Leach off the mat with that lovely drive. Ends the over, the 4 off the 6th over of Paul Coughlin's spell. 73 for 7, the deficit 21, as we will now see a bowling change. 8 on the spin is enough for the first spell of Ben Stokes.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. He's just taking his time after chasing that ball down.
You think you're right, actually. Spot on. Thought Siddle might just had the cap off for a second. Almost.
If you've seen, people have just seen on live stream Ben Stokes' facial reaction after finally walking back to the umpire. Oh, he's just. Yeah, it's just. It's just amazing. The best part is, he's now going to have more than likely an extra day off to recover because it doesn't look like this game's going to be going the distance. He wants a 5 for. I say 7 last week. Down at Lancashire, 8 up here. So he's already on 15 for the season. As you mentioned, Callum Parkinson currently went into this game leading it on 16. So there's a very good chance Ben Stokes, after playing only 2 rounds of county championship, will be Durham's leading wicket taker as they take a break for the blast. Good running. Ooh. Well, it was good running as in taking the single, but it was lacklustre in how they went about it. If that was a direct hit, I think Lewis Gregory could jog back to the changing rooms.
Yeah, Gregory was just on his heels a little bit slightly there. I don't think he quite realised how close. I think it was Coughlin that made the throw.
Yeah, you never really want to take that much of a risk of a direct hit, and I think if you were going to pick a few of these Durham fielders, obviously one of them you don't take on is Ben Stokes. The other one of the other ones that I think the lads will tell you is probably Paul Coughlin.
Nice shape drive.
I think Clark may have just got a hand on that to keep it down to a single. Yeah, deficit now at 18. It is time, but obviously you can never ever fully forget about the runs.
Speaking of time, in the England-Pakistan game, it's time for a review. There's a review going at the moment, it looks like, for an LBW. Jacks has fallen. So, England are 96 for 2. But looks like there is a review going on. The review's finished. Impact's outside leg. So Johnny Bairstow survives an LBW shout from Harris Ralph. 96 for 2 at the moment in the 11th over, 10.4 down.
This really looks like the first bowling change might be from the other end.
Who would you go to? Raine in to try and close this out?
I think it would have to be it'd have to be one of the seamers, whether that is Siddle or Raine. Going down.
Yeah.
But the movement's still there. Just 3 singles from it. 4 for 19 off just 9 overs. Just 2.1 runs per over. We're not psychics, Ben, but I think we're pretty close. Because it is going to be Ben Raine.
It's Ben Raine that's taken off the floppy hat. One of the few that is donning the floppy hat. There's one man out.
There's Graham Clark is the chief of the floppy hat committee.
Okay.
He, wherever he goes, the floppy hat is not far away, and David Bellingham normally joins him, and Ben Raine's obviously not too far away, and he's obviously going to have a bowl as Scott Borthwick smells blood, and he wants the final kill.
So Raine looking to bowl from the Lamley end. 2 slips in. Moves across and waits.
Yeah, use the feet there. I wouldn't be surprised if very early on Ollie Robinson calls for the helmet and tries to peg Lewis Gregory back in the crease. You'll see it a lot in the blast that Ollie Robinson pretty much exclusively stands up to Ben Raine. At least it was last year. I wouldn't be surprised if that's maybe the case then. And maybe it might be... Oh no, I think just Ben McKinney and Ben Stokes are swapping fielding. I think Ben Stokes needs a bit of hydration. Big
shout.
LBW gone!
Moved across, thinking that might have saved him, but the captain has to walk. Ben Raine, the change of air, the change of attack. And it is inspired captaincy from Scott Borthwick. Somerset were in real trouble before. Now that waterfall might just be approaching its lips. 77 for 8.
Yeah, I think we probably should work off the assumption that Tom Banton's not going to come out to bat. So, yeah, it looks like we might be near the end of this game. It's quite weird. Durham have gone from having games constantly go 4 days, or maybe not even getting on at all, to now having one wraps up inside 2, but they still have to get this final wicket. I think Sam is going to return to the comms box as we anticipate a conclusion to this one. It's Jake Ball who, in case you're wondering, well, he wasn't listed in the initial 11. Miguel Pretorius was clocked by Ben Raine in the first innings and was withdrawn after Somerset finished with the bat.
Yeah, delayed concussion was the ruling for Miguel Pretorius after a really valiant effort as well. 53 after then being caught by Ackerman off of Stokes has been the mission objective and has been the result from Stokes pretty much throughout this entire matchup. As here comes Jake Ball. 3 slips in place. 4 balls potentially to face.
Ben Raine is in and just lines him up. Yeah, it does look ever more increasingly that Tom Banton's not going to come out. So this is going to be the final stand for Somerset.
It would be Shah Bashir that would be left as the last man in the shed.
Well, he's not playing and he's not subbed in.
Okay.
So it won't be Shah Bashir. I wouldn't have thought. It's Ben Raine. Wicket.
Very nervy game there as Ball manages to get off the mark. And importantly for him, get off of strike as well. One of the best places to watch a game of cricket when you're down there at ground level is from the non-striker's end.
Yep, this will be Durham's second victory of the season. Their first at home this year after they picked up a win inside 3 days down at Worcestershire. That was forced due to rain was going to wipe out the entirety of the 4th day. So they got their skates on, got the job done inside those 3 days down at Kidderminster. They're now looking at wrapping this one up inside 2 days here at Chester Street and banking 20 points. It would be for victory. Nice flick off the pads though, and that is a long chase for Callum Parkinson, but the ball, thankfully for him, dies and allows him to keep it to 1 ball left, and I think Sam and Ben will do a commentary swap. We don't quite have a substitution board yet in the press box, so we can't ping it up on the board.
Well, thankfully we've got the roll on, roll off sab, so I think the ball will be the ball will be having a battery change every other weekend if that was the case.
Everyone now in, apart from Parkinson down it. Long leg.
Off the pad, look like that. Double chases on. Robinson will take over duties. It is his leg buys that are given. End of the over then. 81 for 8. As Ben Stokes has got the jumper off yet again. And I will pop the headset off yet again as well. If it's the last time that I speak to you through this match, it's been a pleasure to be a part of it as well. And hope to see you very, very soon as well. But in the meantime, here is Rob and Sam Dowling.
Very well done, Ben. Thank you very much for your help. And thank you to our production team, Ross and Steve today, main guys in charge, keeping us all going live on YouTube. Ben Stokes.
What order would you put them?
Oh, don't start this.
They're
Well,
both brilliant.
Only one of them follows me on Instagram, so we'll put it that way. Ben Stokes wants 5. He's not got it yet. Yes, we had Simon yesterday, cameraman on the roof, and even got you looking at your phone, Sam.
Yeah, he did.
On the
I'll
live
put together
stream.
my video, my post-play video for the end of the day. It's all
Yeah.
out on social media.
So yeah, where would this? Ben Stokes. Nice angle in. If Durham were to pick up 20 points, they would move themselves to 84. So they would jump from 7th to 4th before they break for the North group. They would not jump Somerset, who are sitting in 2nd on 96. Surrey are quite a way out in front on 114, but all it takes is a couple of results, either positive or negative, to flip the standings around. Full again and dug out.
What he would love as well, on top of the fifer, is if he got his great mate Jack Leach out as well.
Yeah, I imagine there might be a drink had afterwards, and Ben Stokes will be able to gently dangle that over Jack Leach's head.
I watched, so the innings they played together, Ben Stokes probably played the bigger role, you'd say, than Jack Leach at Headingley. Just about.
Yeah, just by a small margin. Ooh, Jack Leach. It's a bad ball, and it's a lovely shot, and Ben Stokes is not happy.
Didn't quite come out right, that, from Ben Stokes. I had the joy, I watched it was a bank holiday in August, and I was following Newcastle United away from home, and they were at Spurs. I think it was the first time they'd been to Spurs, and it was a 4 o'clock kick-off, 4:30, and we were in the away end watching Ben Stokes, son of Durham, do what he did for England, and then just finished about 10 minutes before kick-off, watched Joe Linton scoring a 1-0 win. It was glorious.
Slips say yes, Ben Stokes says no. And so does the umpire.
He does call third up, though. Is that Graham Clark?
It's the last ball of the over. Which is interesting with Jack Leach being on strike. Does he do they fancy Jake Ball against Ben Raine as the preferable matchup?
I think so. I mean, Jack Leach is a recognised batter.
There's Callum Park. I think Parkinson's doing long leg to long leg. I think he's drawn the short straw. He's the only man back out on the boundaries. Ben Stokes ends his 10th over. Dug out very well. Still 9 needed for Somerset to get level, but there is no match. There is no level in this match situation. Durham well and truly in command. Now maybe that might be it for Ben Stokes.
What's he bowled? 10 overs in a spell.
The only thing that's keeping him going though is
The
that
fifer.
he is.
I don't think that'll be it for him. I genuinely believe he will keep going.
See, this is the thing we've said. Like Ben Stokes will tell you when he's done. Ben Stokes will tell you when he's done. Ben Raine's not done though.
Tries to go fuller at Jake Ball, who keeps it out with the bottom edge of the bat. It's been a bit musical players really for Somerset.
What's the? Is it just your bonus points you take for a loss, or?
It's your bonus points, yeah.
So Somerset would take just the 3 back down to Taunton before they also will be the first. We are likely to be the first game wrapped up this weekend. So a bit of extra rest and prep time for the Blast.
Driven nicely. They will take a run to the left of Paul Coughlin, so they get home relatively comfortably. I don't think Tom Batten's going to bat. He was here earlier. I'm not sure he's here now. Big miss for them. It's another one you've got to put in the conversation with young England wicketkeeper batters. Robinson, Smith,
I think
Rue.
Banton at Test level is one we can cross out.
I wouldn't rule it out forever. He's
Not
worked
forever,
out
but for the immediate future.
For the immediate future, yeah. He's an impressive man, Tom Banton, actually, if you chat to him as well. He is very open, very honest, as left-handed Leach. Take strike. They take
Lovely foot movement there.
another single, gets inside it. Are they going to look for 2? Yeah, they'll look for 2. Peter Siddle gets around and does the fielding. He's very switched on, Tom Banton. He worked very hard with Hashim Amla over the winter, and he's a big miss in this Somerset middle order today. I'm not saying he would have changed the game, but he has learnt away with Shane Berger and Hashim Amla to construct an innings, and people wrote him off way too quickly. You've got to forget he barely played any red ball cricket, and actually he was one of those who was not in the side for long enough spells, so he always was looking over his shoulder. Always gone,
And that's
the game
it!
is over.
Durham secure victory, the first one at home this season. They won down at Worcestershire. They lost last week at Blackpool, but they've wrapped up victory here at Seat Unique Riverside. Somerset all out. Jack Leach, the last man to go. Hugs and handshakes all round for the Durham boys. An innings and 6 runs, the margin of victory. Durham will take 20 points. Somerset take 3. And that is that for the first block of County Championship action.
Yeah, it's a comprehensive win, that. It's a statement win from Durham. Somerset have been so strong this year, coming in to the game, second in the table. They're a fine, fine side, but they've been brilliant. Durham have been all over them all the way through. Ben Stokes in the wickets, David Benning with the runs, Ben Raine with wickets and runs, and it's been an unfortunate couple of days for Somerset. A brilliant couple of days for Durham. We've had Ben alongside us all day, Toby yesterday. Ash Thorpe isn't going to make it back for a day 3. Rob Rush, myself, Sam Dallin. We're going to sign off, go and do a little bit of post-match stuff, and Durham can revel in the victory.